decision-making cycle for the 2024-2025 financial year, with the Finance Committee set to deliberate on the Finance Bill as well as the Division of Revenue Bill and the County Allocation of Revenue Bill also to be handled by the Senate. The Speaker says MPs must brace themselves for long sitting hours and less foreign and local trips. Parliament has been on the receiving end of claims that it has been captured by the executive, but Wetangula dismisses the claims. Both majority and minority leaders will also be expected to front names of new members to various committees before proper sittings begin. And more than 10 MPs from the ODM have asked the other party members of Azimio coalition to stop pressuring ODM leader Raila Odinga to support any of the leaders of the coalition to run for presidency in 2027. The leaders, led by Siaya Senator Buru Ogenga, National Assembly Minority Leader Pio Andai and others, have said that Raila will not support any Azimio leader in the next general election through the press. Buru has asked anyone aiming for the presidency to sell their policies and agendas to Kenya first.
People who are with us in leadership, particularly in our own coalition, you should not pressurize Raila to tell you that you are the one who is going to take over. No, just talk to people. Come even here. If you force Raila to tell our people that they should elect you or they should nominate you to be their presidential candidate, without talking to them, without convincing them, they will not vote for you.
Homa Bay Senator Moses Kajwang has challenged the leaders of the parties that formed Azimio coalition to strengthen their parties before starting the debate on who will run the presidency in the coalition come 2027.
The only strategy that William Ruto is remaining with is to disorganize us within the coalition. And we must desist from this conversation of who is going to be the president and deputy president at this point in time. Our leaders have given us directions. Let us go and strengthen our parties. Let ODM be strong. Let Wiper be strong. So that at the last day, we ask, what are you bringing to the table? He still is our candidate.
Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna and Homa Bay Town MP Peter Kaluma have said that Raila will be their candidate come 2027.
Mimi kama katibu wenu nimetembea na baba Kenya mzima. I have no doubt in my mind Ruto is going to be a one-term president. I can assure it.
Raila runs on our behalf and on our command. And the standing command is that Raila remains our presidential candidate today, tomorrow, in future, in the past.
Now, athlete Kelvin Kiptum's body has been transferred to the Eldoret Hospital morgue to await burial arrangements. The family of the athlete moved the body from the Rescos Hospital, where it was taken after the Sunday night accident that claimed his life along the Eldoret Kaptagat Road. The body of his coach was also moved to the Eldoret Hospital morgue. This is happening even as family and friends, led by his father Samson Cheriot, continue to mourn the world marathon record holder.
Kiptum Jumamosi usiku tuliongea ya kwamba ataenda Prosper alafu nakuja mpaka nyumbani. Bas akaenda usiku. Alafu wakati anaingia na niambia mimi hiyo msungu ya kulazo ndio ataweza kukuja, alafu anaweza chengea sisi nyumba na kununulia sisi kari. Hiyo ndio tuliongea na yeye. Na ananiambia mimi hata mimi nasikia mwili yangu sahi, hata kama nikukimbia nitakimbia kwa 1 hour na 59 58. Mwili yangu sahi ni sawa.
His wife Kiptum Asen authorities has termed Kiptum as a responsible family man.
I just want to say he was loving, hardworking. I don't know what I'll do with the children. Kiona umechoka hata sometimes usikuja nyumbani weekend, tunaelewa. Kama simu iko tuongeleshe tu and we tuta understand mpaka after your race. Nikamwambia, akaniambia hakuna imani atakuja under 2. So hata nilikuwa ningeenda na hiyo race, ningefly na yeye.
This is News where I'm Dennis at Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all
This is one of the hottest show that we can ever miss any morning, and it's a show that really gives a real situation in the Situation Room.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much. Nduthai, nice meeting you. And even beautiful in person more than in photos. Say that again.
Character is like pregnancy, you cannot hide it. You know, people hiding here and there, you know, but after 2-3 months, 5 months, now you realize, so that is why the attitude that you were showing us, you're pregnant.
It's like what my grandmother would say, you cannot pickpocket a naked man. How's that? It's communal, isn't it?
No comment.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room.
Good morning,
Kenya's
second day of the week,
conversation.
and it doesn't look too bad. That's what we always say, isn't it? As we start off, traffic is moving. Because we don't see any hold-ups, that means that traffic is flowing free. Let's take a look at the Thika Superhighway, where it's coming in easy through towards the city centre. All the way in from Githurai, and before that, the Royal bypass. I think we should be all right. Coming in on Kiambu Road, we're fine here as well. All the way from Tatu City, it looks good. Then through towards Kamiti Road, and then touching a little bit at the Kaha West area. If you're coming out of Westlands, you're also okay. Gong Road is flowing fair as well. Kangunda Road always starts with a little bit of something every morning, doesn't it? As you get towards Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital, it's going to clog up just a little bit as you touch on that Outer Ring Junction. And there's some traffic then on Cabanas heading out towards North Airport Road and touching on Outer Ring. Apart from that, I think we're all right, making it into the morning. Let's see how it opens up. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room.
13th day of February 2024. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to The Situation Room. Mambo vipi ndu?
Mambo vipi poa? Mambo poa rather.
Unasikia mambo ikiwa poa? Bam bam. Iko shwari. Mzee ametoa vitabu zake hapo 15.
Nakwambia.
Kalamu 6.
Black, green, another black.
Gazeti ya last week.
East Africa niko ndani. Kiwa burnt orange leo asubuhi.
Hiyo ni burnt brown. Hiyo ni burnt brown.
Yes, this is burnt brown.
Yes.
Yes.
Ungeiva Friday.
Next week.
Ungeiva next week Friday.
Next week.
You go top right corner. And burnt brown. Siasa. Otherwise,
mimi iko sawa sawa. Iko bam bam. Weather iko mzuri.
Weather iko poa.
Life iko mzuri. Na Kenya inaendelea mbele.
Tunasonga mbele.
Yes, na pia Kenya bado ni nchi ya ajabu. Yes.
And how are you this morning, Eric?
I am well, thank you. Pole mzee. Yeah?
I said we thank God.
Yeah, we thank God. We thank God, indeed. Let me tell you what we'll be discussing. At 7 a.m., we'll be joined by Harun Maalim Hassan. He is the Executive Director at the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. He will be talking to us about challenges faced by persons with disability and the services that are offered by the government. This is a conversation in collaboration with the USAID. At 8 o'clock, we'll be joined by Christopher Keme. He is the Director, Universal Service Fund at the Communications Authority. This fund, my friend, billions every year. Billions. So every licensed telecommunications company chucks some money that goes into something called Universal Access Fund, Service Fund, okay? And it is to make sure that in those far-flung areas where it doesn't make commercial sense for, say, Safaricom to put up a mast, or Airtel, or Jamii Telecom, there'll be a mast that will put. Okay? And so, Jamii Telecom, Safaricom, they just need to go and bring their services there.
Voila.
You see? So that makes sure that there is connectivity throughout the country. So when you look at the country and you see how connected this country is, in terms of mobile service, it's thanks in great part to the Universal Service Fund. Also, when it comes to broadcast transmission, you go anywhere in this country, you'll find that you can watch TV, right? Those services are available, whether you're talking about Pang or, mostly Pang or Star Times, then you can actually see that you can get TV. That service is also available thanks to a great part to the Universal Service Fund. So the boss of it will come and tell us, hii kazi mnafanya namna gani? Na mnatumia pesa ngapi? Na iko wapi? And then at 9 a.m., the man who was to come yesterday at 7 a.m., Patrick Analo, the acting county secretary and the chief officer for urban development and planning in Nairobi, will come at 9. That conversation that aborted yesterday, let's see if it happens today. Thankfully.
Well, all right.
Yeah? Sini sawa?
Sawa.
Livestream is up. Kila kitu iko samsawa, iko bam. Is everything now working okay on our livestream? We've been having some issues, you back and forth. Oh, nini, hey. Let us know if it's fine. And let's hear from you as well. Say hello to everybody else who's online at 16 minutes after 6.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
On Tuesday morning, it's 17 and clear in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 27 and back down to lows of 17. It's 14 and cloudy in Nakuru, highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 27 and a partly cloudy Nyeri at 13. It's 13 and clear in Eldoret, highs of 26. And we're looking into a partly cloudy Mombasa at 26 with highs of 33. Malindi is 27 and partly cloudy, highs of 33 and lows of 26, while looking into a clear Kisumu at 21, we'll see highs of 29. Kakamega is clear at 19 with highs of 30 and lows of 17. It's cloudy at 19 in Kampala with highs of 29, and Dar es Salaam is mostly clear at 27 with highs of 32. We're looking into a partly cloudy Johannesburg at 17 with highs of 29. Mogadishu at 25 is already partly sunny, highs of 32. Addis Ababa at 14 is cloudy, highs of 22. And it's 27 and cloudy in Lagos with highs of 34. It's mostly clear in Kinshasa, 26 highs of 32 and lows of 25. Tuesday afternoon is sunny at 10 degrees in Beijing. We'll see highs of 14 and lows of 2. It's 3 degrees and cloudy in Paris with highs of 10, while London is mostly cloudy at 6. We'll see highs of 10. There's a winter storm in New York. It's 6 degrees and cloudy Monday night. Coming into Tuesday, we'll see highs of 10 and lows of 1.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. Okay. 94.
Kip Kemoy says hello. Well, hello to you. Sir George Gashori is tuned in to Ednah CT and Eric. Looking forward to a great show. Tony Muhoho says good morning. He's tuned in from Mudhika.
Mudhika.
Okay. Sawa. Joe Mungai is here. He says, I miss you all. I've never forgotten you. I will never. My dear sister Veronica Mungai will be laid to rest on Thursday at Gatondo. I remember that. So, all strength to you as you go into the next couple of days and thereafter. May peace and calm be yours.
Yes, yes.
Sabit Yusuf says, good morning, Ednah, Yego, Ndu, CT, Eric from the United Arab Emirates.
That one.
Emirates. Yeah, all of them. Wishing you a great day ahead. Robin Tobacco is tuning from Mombasa. Dennis is looking forward to a robust morning. Good morning, my good people. Axel Nye says, all ears. You got me hooked. Have a nice day. Good morning to you. Uhanya Beach is where Desmond is. He says, love you all. Go to Ednah. Ednah. There you go. Toti Bishop says, good morning. Tuned in from Otongolo. Have a great day, fam. Richard Macchiari says, hoping for a great show lined up today. My thoughts and prayers are with the family of Kelvin, the champ Kiptum. Indeed, may he rest in peace, says Sir George. Korir Isaac is tuned in. Monica Olile says, tunawapenda sana. Good morning. Ndu CT, Eric, Ednah, Yego, have a wonderful day. Good job. Josephat Moirori says good morning. Jeffrey Mogaka says good morning, Ndu Eric CT. Ednah Loy Tok Tok iko locked. Salamu za dhati kwa Ednah.
Chukua.
Umechukua? Umepokea? Shamirudisha na love heart.
Very good.
Agri Momanyi says good morning. How are nursery school kids who are kwa barabara in the morning, who are wanafunzwa nini? Haya ni mateso kwa. They hardly enjoy sleep. This is true. Rose Grace says, good morning from Tamu. Did you see City Blush? Emmanuel is tuning from Delhi. And Real Karaoke is tuning in this morning. The 2000 says, good morning, good people. Margaret Wanjohi, Robinson Kisero, Zach says, good morning. And Gore, beautiful lady, we see you. Oganya Malala is tuned in. Tibbs Muga is also here this morning. Hello from Houston, says Sam. Quite a number of people here this morning. Samuel Juma, Amayo Okeo, Lame Kotieno says good morning. We see you all. Can't get to all of you, but say good morning. And
yes, yes. City?
Well, you know how the Chinese had this saying, so we are told, that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. Well, the Angolans have a proverb that is similar. The real journey of discovery begins in old age.
You're very proud of yourself this morning, are you not? I see what you're doing. I know exactly
The
what
real
you're
journey of discovery begins at old age.
Yeah, forget these fake journeys that people start to say, well, I went on a journey and I went for a nature walk and I saw a frog. None of those things.
I saw a frog.
See nature walk.
Oh, you slept well last night. One can only assume.
Yeah, we on yeah.
So at what age do Angolans consider old age?
Old age. Careful.
I'm just going to continue smiling. I'm supposed to answer trick questions. Okay. Funny, how does this guy see me?
He doesn't know you've begun your real journey.
Me, I began my real journey.
The rest of us are just joking here.
Yes.
Your mark timing.
Yeah, mnafanyaga trial too.
Okay.
Mtafika tu.
So thank you so much for the reassurance and encouragement.
Usiwe na afraid.
Alfred?
Afraid.
See, we're now afraid.
Hiya, Basi. Headlines.
Legend's last promise. Picture of the late, unfortunately, Kelvin Kiptum, marathon record holder, spoke to two people dear to his heart, his father and his wife, and he made them a promise that may just be that. To his wife, he vowed to be the first human to run a marathon under 2 hours. To his father, he had bought land and pledged to build a church. Sunday night, the legendary athlete bowed out after being involved in a tragic accident. There's a lot of condolence coming round to him from his father, Samson Cheriot, his wife, Asanet Kiptum, Eliud Kipchoge, William Ruto, president, and World Athletics president, Seb Coe. We'll look at those later. But I think we're coming to grips with the reality of what happened Sunday night. Raila to Ruto, do not touch our security organs. It sounds a bit naughty, but okay. 4 people in Devani Triton case set free. Did you see this coming? Guess why they've been set free? Because the courts decided that the state had failed to produce enough what?
Evidence.
Here we go again. Hey. I'm telling you. We're still on that tip. Ivory Coast, the Côte d'Ivoire, proved doubters wrong in AFCON. On the front page of The Nation, tribute to Kenya's rising star. At only 24 years old, Kelvin Kiptum was the men's marathon world record holder, crowned last year on his 3rd major race. He was destined for greatness. He was already great. But his dream to run the 42K marathon in under 2 hours, a first in open competition, was shattered on Sunday when he was killed in a road crash. The Nation has given quite a number of pages to this. Another headline, e-citizen nightmare. Did you know there's a nightmare?
Oh, yeah.
Are we going to wake up? It was meant to ease access to public services by enabling Kenyans to apply and pay for them at their convenience using their mobile phones or computers. A noble idea on paper. But the e-citizen plan is now characterized more by patients waiting hours on end to see doctors, car dealers unable to register and transfer ownership of vehicles, and banks battling similar NTSA registration. The red tape just got worse. Whoa, low. There is no cabinet memo or paper on this bill, Wan Zhao tells Joint Parliamentary Committee. The cabinet has not approved a state-sponsored bill which seeks to enshrine in law the position of chief administrative secretaries. The secretary to the cabinet said, there's nothing like that. So, I don't know why it's a story. So we knew this. We know there's nothing like that. We know there's no law. But we'll look at what the issue might be.
Okay.
There's a caution that's come from the CS Ministry of Education. He had warned schools, primary schools and secondary schools last week. Well, he's still on the warning spree, and he's now warning varsities and colleges. And he's saying, if you raise fees, mukijaribu, ata sling, moja, amewa won. As Titi will say, he will grant them the gift of sight. Don't play with me here.
Okay.
Deal with you perpendicularly.
Okay. In the Business Daily, new Eurobond seen easing pressure on domestic debt interest rates. Now, Kenya has gone to the market and returned to the international bonds market yesterday, set to relieve pressure on local lenders to finance the budget deficit for the current fiscal year, signaling a potential retreat in domestic debt interest rates that have climbed to 18%. The Treasury is selling its first Eurobond since June 2021, when it floated a 12-year paper that raised $1 billion. That's 159 billion shillings. The surprise issuance marks a departure from earlier expectations that the Treasury would finance the planned buyback using the country's forex reserves or proceeds from loans from multilateral lenders. The inability to issue a Eurobond due to concerns over the cost of the debt has forced the government to lean on domestic lenders and multilateral sources over the last 2 years. So now Kenya has gone to the market. They've issued a 12-year paper at 11%. 11%. Other headline, prime office rent flat as oversupply hurts recovery boon. Prime office developers kept their asking rents flat even as occupancy rates increased, making investors in commercial space miss out on the double-digit returns being witnessed by their peers in other segments of the real estate. Ticker headlines, CBK projects 734 billion shilling inflows on foreign investors. Hiya. UK firm to invest 4.6 billion shillings in Malindi solar battery storage. Allah. So there's a UK private power firm called Globelec that's about to spend 4.6 billion shillings to set up a battery storage for its Malindi solar plant to supply electricity during peak demand. So they have a solar plant in Malindi. Now they want to do the battery so that jua ikipotea, battery inawaka.
Okay.
Why NSE listed firms are snubbing bonus shares? That's something else as well. City. Top right hand corner.
Until Green. Today is Tuesday.
Yes.
Free copy of the Star and My Gov.
Oh, I couldn't wait.
My Gov, she is in here.
She is?
Yes.
Free copy.
Free copy
of the Star. So the Star is free today.
Today it is free completely.
Okay.
It means many copies.
Manunuliwa na serikali.
Serikali nalipa.
Yeah.
Okay, hata ingekuwa tu maziwa namna hii pia ingekuwa mzuri. So bure kwa watoto.
Kesho ni sukari. Leo ni gazeti.
Right. Audit. Road agencies charged 3.4 billion in interest for delayed payments. This is a joke.
Road agency.
Kenya errors. Kenyans slapped with 3 billion shilling bill. This is a joke.
Because of delayed projects.
Delayed projects, you cancelled what? This is choreography.
4 billion.
3. I mean, it's not the first time we've heard of this.
Wow. And this is over a period of how long?
These are projects that began in the Uhuru era.
Wow.
This government comes in and somehow, I mean, when you read the details of some of these cases, depressing. These are the sort of things that absolutely mess up somebody's morning.
Imagine.
Anyway, big interview. Dozens of Jubilee era projects have stalled, exposing taxpayer to more charges. Me, I'm not paying for this thing.
Oh my God. Hey, trouble they sleep, monkey go wake up. Hey,
I'm not paying for this thing.
Okay, sorry, don't be angry.
No, this is nonsense. I'm definitely not paying for this
No
thing.
vex.
Yeah, let's look at other things. Big interview. It is a privilege to fly the pride of Africa, KQ boss. Okay? On February 7th, 1977, a metallic bird wrapped in Kenyan flag colors flew from Jomo Kenyatta National Airport to Heathrow, London. It has never stopped and now goes to 42 destinations globally. That's the story of Kenya Airways, or KQ, as known by its international code.
Alrighty.
Tuko sawa hapo?
Tuko sawa.
Medihill. This is hospital chain, conglomerate, etc., etc. Giant 30 billion hospital on the verge of collapse. Why? Because it has financial challenges. Huh?
Why?
Because
people are not sick.
The challenges are financial. Yes.
People are not falling sick. What's happening to the hospital?
Let me just read Siptal. MedHeal group of hospitals is on the verge of collapse due to serious financial challenges. The hospital, valued at 30 billion with 5 branches with its headquarters in Eldoret, is one of the best equipped and has been one of the fastest growing chain of medical centers. Yes.
Okay, so there is a collapse.
Money in, money out. Money not in, money out. Hospital. But private hospitals have problems from time to time.
Okay. So this particular hospital,
yes,
it was among the fastest rising.
Yes, it was.
So what's happening? Why is it having financial problems? Is it that it's owed debt by patients who have not paid, or insurance companies that are not paying? Is it that patients have stopped going to this facility? What's the problem?
Well, the truth is this, it's not very clear, but people have been speaking and saying many things about it. Now, when we get to the hour of detail, I will tell you.
Okay.
Is that okay?
That's fantastic.
Okay. Sick woman who kills child saved from going to jail. There's a woman who has been spared by a plea bargain situation. She had beaten her 2-year-old nephew to death. According to her, the plea bargain, she thought, beaten.
I
no, not bitten.
Bitten.
No,
What?
not bite.
Oh, God.
It's beat.
Okay.
Pigger. Okay.
So, not that it's any better, but okay.
Yes, according to her plea bargain, she said she thought her nephew was possessed by a demon.
Her nephew or her? Okay, sorry.
The nephew. She was beating the demon out of him.
Okay.
Again, this is nonsense.
Okay. So why is he getting a reduced sentence? She getting a reduced sentence because she's sick.
Because she's okay, but she had not intended to kill the child. She was just trying to undemonize.
Cleanse.
Yes.
He died.
Oh, he definitely died, and she's definitely alive. But this is.
But she's been described as sick. Sick, right?
No, she's not sick.
What was the headline?
Sick woman who killed child saved from going to jail.
So who's sick?
Well, the list is on page 9. So you guys, let me just read it for you because you guys asked me.
No, you take a break. Let's look at traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Okay. So, what's coming off the Thika Superhighway this morning? Not much in terms of traffic. I think we'll be all right until we get closer to 7 a.m. We're going to keep an eye on things and see. We're just seeing some hold up, of course, towards the Pangani Tunnel. On the Northern Bypass, it's looking pretty good. So whether you're going in the direction of Kahawa or you are coming in the other direction from Limuru Road, you'll be okay for now. Gong Road is always busy these days. There's traffic going towards the Junction Mall and then out towards the City Mortuary roundabout. If you're coming off of Langata Road, you're okay getting to the city. The Southern Bypass, we've not been here for a couple of days, but it looks good. No problems here. How about a scenic drive through the gates of the Nairobi National Park and then, see what it looks like there. You won't have any traffic. You'll see some nature. You get into the office and you're feeling fresh. It's great. Think about that. We're looking at then heading towards Southfield Mall, coming in from Cabanas, going towards North Airport Road. No traffic here. Some holdups as you get onto Outer Ring. It looks good for now. Let's see what Tuesday has in store. We'll talk. Where will we do that? SpiceFM KE. You want a hashtag? The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Okay. So, Sidi, do you understand?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me explain this thing that you people are asking about. Okay. On October 15th, 2018, this lady was admitted to Mathare Hospital where she had been receiving treatment.
Okay.
A doctor declared she was fit to stand trial on January 22nd, 2019. The court imposed a non-custodial sentence, finding that she was not in the right state of mind when she committed the offense. Okay?
Okay.
Yes.
So she believed the baby had a demon.
Yes.
And she beat the demon.
It's the demon she was beating.
Out of the baby until the baby died.
Yes.
All right.
And now?
Well, the baby's dead, but her...
Is the case still going on?
Yeah, she's being treated for schizophrenia.
I want to know. So she was let off because of her mental imbalance issue?
Yes.
Okay.
But there's a doctor who had said that she was fit to stand trial at some point.
Yes, they did, but the court said no. When she went to court, the court said, this person is not okay, you guys. I mean, we're not in your whatever, but we're not seeing. When somebody isn't all there, when there are a few eggs short of a dozen, it's not impossible for you to determine that, these eggs that are missing are really causing a problem here.
It's true. You're in fine form this morning, man.
Right, let's look at something else.
Let's.
Okay.
There's a... Okay. Right. So, I think I need to give Eric some water. Okay, so e-citizen is a nightmare. Did you know that? It was meant to ease access to public services. So today's Tuesday, and the nation is going through this whole series of the broken system, right? And so they've said that in this chain, one of the chinks is e-citizen. It's meant to ease access to public services by enabling Kenyans to apply and pay for them at their convenience, away from the frustrating bureaucracies of government premises. However, several months since the government announced the transition of all its services to the e-citizen portal, it has been chaos and confusion for millions of Kenyans who cannot access services they so desperately need. When they do it, it is with more difficulty than before. I think it's interesting. First of all, I would like to know really if people who is facing issues with e-citizen regardless of what. I mean, so that's an option for us to hear this morning from you guys. E-citizen has aggregated more than 19,000 public services and created a single mobile payment account through which people pay. There has, however, been a complete failure of the system to deliver some services, delays while delivering others, and attempts from within government to frustrate the transition to e-citizen by rogue officials who are against the change as they benefited from the manual system, of course. So if the thing is not working, it would appear as though there's some kind of, manipulation by who? Mankind.
Inside us.
So the disruption cut across different sectors. In some hospitals that the nation visited, people were forced to wait for hours to be served due to delays in the processing of their payments. So remember, even when you go to a public hospital, you will pay through this one portal. If there's no confirmation of that payment having come through, my friend, you will not see the doctor until that has been confirmed. And unfortunately, this waiting process takes time because, again, one number. Sometimes they go back home untreated because they've sat there the whole day. Entrepreneurs have challenges registering new businesses, while the multi-billion shilling vehicles trade has ground to a halt.
Because NTSA?
Yes, because NTSA also has been integrated in the system, and in terms of pulling up records and confirming certain things, again, you have to wait through this process. Second-hand motor vehicle dealers are currently stuck with thousands of vehicles they imported but cannot register after the National Transport and Safety Authority system crashed during transition from the Transport Integrated Management System to Citizen, so from TIMS to e-Citizen. The Kenya Auto Bazaar Association said NTSA had initially prepared car dealers for a 4-day halt of services. They had told them, because of this transition, expect that for 4 days, we're going to have a bit of a sticky situation. But after that, we'll be what? We'll be golden.
This is NTSA now.
Yeah. Has that happened? It has not. According to Charles Nyeri, who is Secretary General of the association, what it means is that we have vehicles that are supposed to be registered but haven't been. And you cannot you cannot sell a vehicle that is not registered since you need a logbook. The financial institutions cannot finance buyers without the what? The logbook. An estimated 90% of the vehicles sold by traders are financed through bank loans. So you can put 1 and 2 together. More than 10,000 motor vehicles are registered in the country monthly, according to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, stuck with applications for financing of vehicles that have been held transactions worth billions of shillings. Bankers on January 29th wrote to NTSA raising 8 concerns regarding the e-citizen portal as they sought interventions to unlock the mess. So people can't do their business because there's a hold here. Many things are not happening, and that's just one sector. It doesn't really matter where you look. Banks have been reluctant now to transact on eCitizen, citing the many weaknesses they feel are leaving them exposed to fraud and possible loss of funds. As they withhold their money, car dealers have been starved of funds they were targeting to use to pay their suppliers. Fears are growing that the turn of events could tarnish their funding relationships. And it goes on and on and on. NTSA is just one of them. Shall we go to NHIF? A Treasury official admitted to the nation that the multi-ministry support team had received concerns of service disruptions in public hospitals. Patients are being forced to endure long waiting periods owing to delays or after they pay for services through eCitizen. Once a patient pays for a service through the single account of 22222, they have to wait for a confirmation message which the hospitals use to ascertain their payments, which can take hours. There have also been reports of Kenyans paying for services through the same number, only for the money not to reflect on their accounts, despite confirmations in their mobile money wallets. This happened with one Susan Wanyama, who expressed her frustration after making a payment to NHIF early January, only for her child to be denied treatment later. She's been paying, she has the receipts, it doesn't reflect. Dr. Hilda Muteshi also said that it took the help of a friend she knows at eCitizen to address an issue that had troubled her for 5 days after paying $13,000 for her company, only for the money not to reflect. It goes on and on and on. And the question is, this nightmare, when will we wake up?
Okay. This nightmare, I think there are two issues happening. One, there's the internal sabotage. I particularly do not see how NTSA is having a problem integrating this to their number. NTSA has been running the Teams service where you paid all your services to NTSA through a pay bill number. You've just changed the number. Why is there a problem integration? I cannot, for them, watuambie kitu ingine. Because NTSA, the Teams has been there and they've been running a portal and they've been having a pay bill number, and for all the services to NTSA, whether you're renewing your DL, whether you're transferring ownership of motor vehicle, whether you're applying for a driving license, all those services you paid to a pay bill number,
and it worked.
And it worked instantly.
Yes, it
the
did.
only thing we've changed is the pay bill number. The account to NTSA is the same. The service provider is still Safaricom. What is the issue? NTSA? I don't buy it. KRA has integrated and smoothly. KRA, you pay your taxes now through the 22222. It moves. Previously, KRA had a different number. They immediately just integrated and said, all right, so just do 22222. It's instantaneous. Even in many cases, NHIF has also been moving, and in many cases when you're just paying your contributions to NHIF, it works.
What you call a created problem.
There is a particularly for some agencies that have been on this path already, like NTSA. NTSA is complete. Let them give us another story. They cannot tell us that there's a challenge with integrating our platform with eCitizen. That's the same problem that they had. Initially, eCitizen and Teams were running two different NTSA services.
Yep.
You'd go to eCitizen and you would not be able to renew your driving license for 3 years. I don't know, but if you go to Teams, you can renew for 3 years, because they were fighting going on to eCitizen.
Now they need eCitizen.
Now they must be on eCitizen, and they're telling us that they can't.
So the fight continues.
Kuna hii hapana. No. No. The other services, maybe now when you're in a hospital and you're paying, and this hospital does not know, it takes time to reflect. Maybe the staff don't know what to check. Maybe that one we can understand that there's a challenge there, and that needs to be addressed immediately.
You know, Eric, the thing about technology, unless someone is interfering with it, we are not talking about technology that was introduced when NTSA came into being. No. We're talking about technology that came into being, the payment platform, when Teams was brought in. No. This technology works even today.
Yes.
So what is this thing that they're telling us that suddenly there's a complication? what is the complication? Let me tell you where complications are easy to identify. Remember the problem we're talking about Medihill Hospital?
Yes.
The story unfolds, and we're told there's a certain doctor, the name of Pallavi. He's he's the head of that particular hospital. And he says that, well, questions he was asked, and he said he wasn't in a position to answer. But in 2022, there's a gentleman who owned and ran the hospital called Dr. Mishra. Okay? When in 2017 he decided to go to run as an independent. Okay?
In the election?
In the elections.
Okay.
There are those who say that started causing him problems because he did not align himself with the UDA party. Now, there are those who argue that...
In 2017?
In 2022.
2022, okay.
Yes. Okay. Now, there are those who argue that this particular issue, the problem that this hospital has, is just financial. But then there are those who are speculating that it is it has political overtones. And the reason why it has political overtones is when you read, you're told that one of the things that has happened is this. This hospital borrowed money to expand. They borrowed money, they expanded. But the thing that happened was this. NHIF withdrew the services. Anyone who went to that hospital, NHIF card was now not acceptable in that hospital. Okay, that's number one.
Okay.
Now, they had, there were very many people who, of course, got their services from there, but it didn't end there. You suddenly found that some of government government departments that also had an understanding with the hospital to receive treatment, suddenly all that was withdrawn.
Police and such and public service.
Police and public service and all that was withdrawn. Now, when that is withdrawn, those are large numbers of people. If they can't access service simply because whatever arrangement they had has been withdrawn, in my reading of the situation, this hospital would run into financial problems.
So main big cash source for the hospital, NHIF.
Yes.
Yes. If you're making, I'm sure this hospital was making claims to the tunes of hundreds of millions per month to NHIF. So if some of these services, for example, are then withdrawn.
Yes.
If you are no longer the hospital of choice for, say, teachers, police officers, and all.
You've understood it. In fact, the cover for teachers was withdrawn. Now, those are large numbers of people.
Yeah.
Because it's not just them, it's them and their families.
Yeah.
Now, that's gone. You will have financial problems.
Absolutely.
So it's political, it's not financial.
It is absolutely political. I think the head of the hospital wasn't just going to be drawn into this matter. But if you read the details, it can't get more political than this.
And maybe the politics catching up with you.
Yes.
Because you've been operating on a certain level of, some favor because of your political position.
Yes, and of course,
now you find yourself on the other side of that political divide, then because your stock of trade has been favor. Favor goes, money goes.
Secondly, remember, you have rivals. The moment you go independent, it is Christmas for your rivals, because now they'll capitalize on it and they'll make sure they'll paint you the darkest possible colors. And those who have even more influence will ensure that anything that has to do with the government will not come your way. There are many people who have grown and made money and become financial tycoon simply because they're the favor of the government.
Yes. Yeah, many. Raila is unhappy with some certain provisions.
Okay. Unhappy completely.
Unhappy. Because there's a proposed amendment to the National Government Administration Laws. It's called the National Government Administration Laws 2023, a miscellaneous statute amendment bill that seeks to amend several laws regarding national administration, with one of the acts seeking to be amended being the National Security Council Act. Now, in that National Security Council Act, the government is proposing the creation of an office called National Security Advisor. And then that person who shall be nominated by the president shall be vetted by Parliament and then shall be appointed as the National Security Advisor. The National Security Advisor will be automatically the secretary to the National Security Council.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Raila is saying, look, all those things you're saying ni sawa tumesikia, but there's a constitution. The National Security Council is a creature of the Constitution, and the National Security Council created by the Constitution says these are the members of the National Security Council: President, Deputy President, the Minister in charge of Interior, Minister in charge of Defense, Minister in charge of Foreign Affairs, the Chief of Defense Forces, the Attorney General, the Inspector General of the National Police Service, and the Director of the National Intelligence Service. And the Constitution then says that that team, that council, shall appoint its secretary. The Constitution. Now, Raila is saying, now, if you bring a bill that says that a National Security Advisor shall become the secretary, you are going, unless you amend that Constitution there, you cannot go this. But he's gone hammer and tongs on this particular one. Saying
you're tinkering
with the Constitution. Besides that, the Constitution provides there'll be a Ministry of Internal Security, and therefore Cabinet Secretary and a Principal Secretary thereof. The new office of the National Security Advisor does not fit into this structure, and its creation is therefore an attempt by Kenya Kwanza to create a new national security organ outside the architecture of the Constitution. He makes a lot of sense.
He does.
He makes a lot of sense, but I don't see why this is a big
story.
Usually, there is something that we haven't quite understood.
There's something
I've been told.
This is just the tip of the iceberg.
Yes, because one of the things that the Uhuru government introduced was a tinkering with the law.
Backdoor to things here and there.
Omnibus, this, and inside it a host of changes, or a raft of changes that you suddenly find it's been changed. But when was it changed? Said, when this omnibus came into being, these things were hidden inside it.
Yeah.
And then this particular government has come in, and they are not sleeping.
They're bussing the same.
They are not sleeping. They're not sleeping. You see, there was a plan. By the time you ensure that you have the support you need in Parliament, changing the laws can't be that difficult, can it?
No.
Because that's what you need to be able to change the laws. But what I often wonder is, do these individuals understand what they're tinkering with? There are things you change because at that moment in time, it is in your interest and it benefits you to have that law changed. What happens when you're not in power? Because that day will come when you're not in power.
Yeah.
It will most definitely come.
And it will affect you.
It will most definitely affect you in the most interesting ways. So, it is important to look at things in the here and now. The future usually is of not more importance, is of significant importance.
Indeed,
yes.
it is.
I don't know why. It's important, because it's important to make these changes or to fight the changes. It's not like the president is trying to have his people in the National Security Council. Everybody in that Security Council is the president's appointee. Well, you could say that only the Chief of Defense Forces has another way of getting into office, but everybody else, the president picks the AG, the president picks the ministers, the president picks the IG of police, the president picks the DG of NIS. So,
the way this thing works, whenever such noise is being made, we are not fully briefed as to what the problem is.
There's something else.
Yeah, we are not fully briefed. We may think we know, but we actually don't.
Hiya, tell us the story, Lou.
A court acquits 4 persons in one out of many Triton oil cases. A court in Nairobi yesterday acquitted 4 alongside Yagnesh Devani over the Triton oil saga. Milimani magistrate Zainab Abdul said there was no evidence to implicate them for the alleged theft of $12 million from Kenya Commercial Bank.
There was what again?
No evidence.
So why were they brought to court?
C'est la question, no?
They didn't prove. It's the nature of.
The evidence didn't meet the threshold.
It wasn't watertight. It didn't meet the threshold.
Didn't convince the court.
Those acquitted include 2 KCB employees. However, it was unclear whether Devani was acquitted. The dismissal of the case marked the end of a 22-year trial in which Devani was tried in absentia. Abdul was of the view that although the prosecution had claims that the money went to personal accounts of the accused persons, there was no evidence to show that the money was actually debited from KCB. According to her, the evidence before her indicated that Triton and KCB had a business relationship. 1. Therefore, she said, it is impossible to tell whether it was an act of stealing when the bank credited the money. I mean, you've been transacting all the time. So how are we going to prove that this particular transaction was one of theft and not one of normal business that you've been doing? She said the recovery ought to have been done through the civil process and not a criminal case. The magistrate also faulted the state of dragging 2 KCB employees to the case for allegedly failing to stop the theft. She said all the invoices issued by the bank were cancelled by Japanni and not the 2. She found it odd that only the employees were shouldering the burden of an entire bank. Japanni, a former director of Triton Petroleum Limited, was accused of engineering the release of the company's stock of fuel from the Kenya pipeline storage tanks without informing the financiers. As a result, the 2008 action left the financiers and oil companies with a loss of 7.6 billion shillings, which threatened fuel supplies in Kenya, as well as layoffs. Japanni then did what? He fled the country in 2009. What followed was a flurry of cases, some ongoing, while others have been settled. So this now marked yet another one that has been settled.
It's one of many cases.
Yes.
Hey.
No evidence. The evidence is not watertight. Another case of when we see an issue of, you got to bring something to court, please at least make sure the bucket doesn't leak.
Imagine.
Please.
Okay. At least in this particular one, I see it's gone to its logical conclusion.
Indeed.
And the judge is basically just faulting what you've presented, whether it's true or not accusing the DPP of
not doing
the thing that the DPP is lately fond of doing. A female teacher, 51 years old, was at the weekend stabbed to death in her house at Kamerithu village in Limuru, Kiambu County. Preliminary police investigations show that Irene Ngendomboro, a teacher at the Gio Primary School, was stabbed 3 times inside her house on Saturday by assailants who escaped. Kiambu DCI Agri Okoh said a multi-agency team from Tigoni, Kiamba and the headquarters has launched investigations into this incident. Ngendo, whose husband resides in the US, has taught in a number of primary schools in Limuru for the last 30 years. According to the police, the perpetrators may have scaled the perimeter fence before attacking the teacher. She was eating fruits in the kitchen upstairs. According to neighbors, they heard a commotion and screams from the teacher's compound at around 3 p.m. Upon hearing the screams, they sent a young boy to go and inquire what was going on at Madame Irene's place. The boy came back crying. The teacher was crawling in the compound, writhing in pain. Those who helped rush Ngendo to Tigoni Level 4, where she succumbed, said the teacher was attacked in her kitchen while preparing a meal. They said there was no known conflict at home or with neighbors. Residents yesterday demanded for justice and called on the police to arrest the suspects behind the heinous killing. Just like that. People got into her house. She's 51 years old. She's been teaching here. She is known in neighborhood. Get in, stab her, go.
What is behind this? I'm sure we'll get to know.
Yeah.
Because it's no.
Yikes.
They were clearly sent. Who sent them?
They were clearly there to kill her.
Yes.
Why?
Yes, why her?
Yeah. It's a very, very, very sad one as well. Well, keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. Remember, tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Are you ready? Are you prepared? We'll also be telling you how you can send your loved one that message. Okay? Ndio ajue unampenda. Si mambo tu ati you know, people love each other, but I'm with you, don't you know? Send them a message. Tell them. Kwa uwazi. 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
The news at the top of the hour on Vibes Radio.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Now, the opposition says sections of the bill that seeks to amend several laws on national administration are unconstitutional. In its letter, the Azimio coalition says the establishment of the National Security Advisor, which will be domiciled in the public service as proposed in the bill, is illegal, stating that the proposal will alter the country's security architecture. In listing the country's national security organs, the opposition stated that the proposal to create the National Security Advisor's position is an attempt by the government to create a new office outside the architecture of the Constitution. It added that Article 240 of the Constitution creates the National Security Council and provides for the membership. The Constitution says that the Secretary to the National Security Council shall be appointed by the members of the council. And as Parliament resumes its sittings today after a long recess, an overflowing entry awaits the MPs with both backlog and workload ahead. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula says this will be one of the busiest sessions of Parliament, with top on the list being the constitution of the House Business Committee that will be scheduling House debate. The Speaker noted that NADCO report is the first on Parliament's agenda. Speaker Wetangula says MPs will be required to unpack the NADCO report, see issues that require secondary legislations, including the REBC, establishment of the offices of the Prime Minister and Office of Official Opposition. MPs also return to a full budget making cycle for the 2024-2025 financial year, with the Finance Committee set to deliberate on the Finance Bill as well as the Division of Revenue Bill and the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, also to be handled by the Senate. The Speaker says MPs must brace themselves for long sitting hours and less foreign and local trips. Parliament has been on the receiving end of claims that it has been captured by the executive, but Wetangula dismisses the claims. Both majority and minority leaders will also be expected to front names of new members to various committees before proper sittings. We follow up on the resumption of sittings at Parliament buildings. We shall be bringing you the very latest from that end in a subsequent news bulletin. Now, Education CS Ezekiel Machogu has continued to praise the e-citizen platform that the government wants to be used for paying school fees. This as the court is expected to give directions on the matter today. Speaking in Mombasa County, Machogu said that students who pay fees using alternative means are few, insisting that there is need for Kenyans to embrace this initiative so as to fight graft in the sector.
The e-citizen process was first to start in national schools, and if you go to almost all our national schools, you might not find any payment being done in kind. Probably payment in kind is done in county schools, but even that is so minimal that you might get it in not even 2%. So the way to go is technology, because we are on the fourth digital revolution now. Kenya cannot lag behind in matters technology when other countries are moving forward.
The students who expect to be enrolled to various colleges and universities through COOPs now want the deadline to be extended due to various challenges. Those we spoke to say it has been difficult to get services on the online platform since last week, as the network seems to have been overwhelmed by the huge traffic. The current deadline is the 22nd of this month. Education CS Ezekiel Machogu has asked COOP CEO Mercy Wahome to speed up the selection process of students who are expected to join tertiary institutions from September this year.
I have instructed, Madam is here, the CEO of COOPs, to ensure that the placement process is completed early enough to give successful and eligible applicants adequate time to apply for the government loans and the scholarships and the new funding model, and also to give me more time, plus the PS, to start now working on the exact figures, because as I've said, it has serious implications on finances.
Dairy farmers are said to earn more following quick interventions by the government to deal with the milk glut that threatened to wipe out higher prices, according to Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. Gachagua said the government had intervened by allocating 900 million shillings to the Kenya Cooperative Creameries to buy the milk to stop the prices from dropping owing to the extra production. Because of the intervention, milk prices will rise to 50 shillings per litre, up from 45 shillings beginning March 1st, 2024. The Deputy President said they seek to increase the prices to over 60 shillings per litre in the coming months. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asada. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
It's minutes past 7 o'clock, and now is when we start to see a build-up of traffic here and there. Let's look at what's going on the Eastern Bypass. Inbound traffic as you approach the AP Training College junction is starting to give quite some. And also on North Airport Road, heading out towards the Outer Ring Junction, that's happening as well. At Manyanja Road, as you touch on Outer Ring, cross over towards Jogoro, that's also a hot spot right now. And then... who is this? This is actually Kangunda Road. Very, very busy traffic here this morning. Not quite sure what's happening, but as you get onto that junction, it's going to do the thing. Tuesday morning traffic looks like it's going to be around for some time. Coming off Thika Superhighway, just as thick, if not thicker. Thicker, get it? Okay. Also, coming off of Kiambu Road, that's also pretty busy as well. It's busy coming off Limuru Road and some coming out of Westlands. Tuesday morning has just begun and it looks like it's going to be pretty busy. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag #TheSituationRoom.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 on this 13th day of February 2024. Tomorrow is D-Day. It's Valentine's Day. Ndu.
Yes.
A lot's happening, isn't it?
Yes. It is.
Including.
Have you bought your tickets?
Including.
This man is
love now.
He's avoiding that question. He's not being very effective about it. He's avoiding the question.
Roads are leading somewhere, and they're all leading to Sarit City. It's 6 p.m. That's the time, okay? And you're going to get all dolled up. Ladies are going to be looking dolled. Men are going to be looking dapper in burgundy, dolled up, right? The colors that you're going to be wearing are burgundy and gold. So if you've not gotten your burgundy and gold, there's still time for a miracle. Don't worry. You go to ticketsasa.com and buy your tickets, okay? Are you going alone? As a regular single, you pay 3,000 shillings. As a regular couple, you pay 5,500 shillings. And as a VIP couple, you pay 10,000 shillings. It's going to be a great night of love and music and entertainment. Fantastic food as well, as you get to the Elegance in Love cocktail dinner that takes place tomorrow. We've been talking about it for a while. It's finally here, and you still have some time to purchase your tickets and enjoy an evening of love.
Oh yes, oh yes. And now we were talking about how to express your feelings, eh? What better way to express your feelings than with a special Valentine's season message to your loved one in the Standard newspaper.
The world
Weka kwa gazeti, kila mtu wajue.
And you know, if it's in the newspaper, it's definitely true.
Yeah, nimekutangaza kwa gazeti.
Hey, what else do you want?
For only 950 shillings, not 1,000. 950 bob. You can send a heartfelt message to your family and loved ones, creating lasting memories. Text the word Mapenzi to 22151 and get started to get this special opportunity. Don't miss out on spreading love this Valentine's season. Text the word, what city?
Mapenzi.
Yes. To what number? 22151. Say 22151.
151.
Just like that.
22151.
Mapenzi. Mapenzi. And this is it. Kesho uko kwa gazeti.
Ni wewe ama hao watu ambao unawapenda?
Si wewe pia utakuwa sasa itasemekana anonymous.
By the way, can it? Never mind.
I love you, just that you don't know it.
It's just that you don't know it, and you don't know who I am, but I love you. Just be knowing.
Yeah.
Somebody somewhere loves you.
Oh, yes. Someone loves you, honey.
No matter what.
Now, we've been having conversations here many times about persons with disabilities, and many times we have mentioned the National Council for Persons with Disabilities and asked, okay, so what do they do? How far does their mandate stretch? What registers do they have? What services do they offer persons with disabilities? Do they get support from the government? Where else do they get support from? All those questions, hopefully, are going to be answered this morning by the Executive Director of the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, Harun Maalim Hassan. Good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Asante sana. Thank you so much.
Karibu sana. Now, first of all, that love message, even you, it applies.
Very much.
Everybody loves everybody.
Yes.
Yes. CT is going to welcome you with the day's proverb, courtesy of EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. Before CT comes in, Ndu will tell you how far EcoBank stretches.
The length and breadth of the continent. So imagine a bank that has presence in 35 African countries, right? And employs over 14,000 staff across board, as well as 4 other countries outside of Africa. And a bank that basically makes it easy for you to go from place to place and not have to pack up all your banking responsibilities and start all over again. So there's fluid movement in terms of your transactions. There's the ability for representation, whether you're north, south, east or west. And EcoBank is saying, how about we do things better with our banking for a better you, a better me, a better Africa.
Indeed. CT, in which part of Africa are the proverbs from this week?
We are in Angola, the 7th largest country in Africa.
Okay.
Okay? Today's proverb is very simple and straightforward. The real journey of discovery begins in old age.
The real journey of discovery begins in old age.
Yes.
Harun is nodding. What's the interpretation of this?
Yeah, I agree. And they say it actually also in my faith, in my culture. Life begins at 40, old age start there. You become more wiser. You have a lot of experience to share. So I agree. As you grow older, you become...
The real journey of life begins at that point. When you have all the experiences, now you have perspectives.
Exactly.
You can now apply them. Okay. Harun, what is the National Council for Persons with Disabilities?
Yeah, thank you, Eric, and thank you, CT and Do. I think the Situation Room, we have been hearing it for a while and following in radio. Today we are right there.
Yes.
So I hope we will going to raise, an important conversation that is really of interest to persons with disabilities, their families and the stakeholders across the country. So National Council is a state agency, formed through an act of Parliament, Disability Act of 2003. But I have to remind you and Kenyans, 2003 ilikuwa wakati ya rainbow, when Kenyans were so optimistic, you remember?
Yes.
And then President Kibaki was on a wheelchair.
Yes.
Before, the same around that time. That time I was not on a wheelchair. I have no idea what wheelchair was all about. So we are among many Kenyans who are so optimistic about the new dawn, So we're praying very hard for the president to get out of that metal and to keep the country running. But that wheelchair meant something significant to millions of Kenyans with disabilities. And they've been there before the president was on a wheelchair. And they've been agitating and fighting for inclusion right. But opportunity somehow came for them, quote unquote. So they used that as an opportunity probably to push and to petition the government that they need to be recognized. Around that time is when, buildings started having ramps because the president is in a wheelchair. Uhuru Park, Harambee House, State House. It became kind of a blessing in disguise. And the good old man must have realized that disability is not about people's impairment. It is about barriers across people with different impairment. Those like me on a wheelchair is more of environment, how we build our environment. I've came here very smoothly now. If there is no that smoothness, maybe I wouldn't have met to here. So the Disability Act was barely signed shortly after the president got out of the wheelchair, 2003. And that act is what created National Council for Persons with Disabilities in 2004, around October, November 2004. So this year, Council is celebrating, or Kenya for that matter, is celebrating 20 years of disability inclusion in this country. So it's a long journey. But this journey also, started pre-independence. Because we have said that tomorrow is a Valentine and it's a love day. The story of a struggle of disability started with love, shortly before independence. A white lady, very beautiful, fell in love with a blind, complete blind, young man from Makueni. When the issue of race was high, a lot of things. So that started speaking to, especially those who are blind. And, Kenya Society for the Blind came up, Kenya Union for the Blind came up, and then they made the first march or demonstration, for that matter, quote unquote, immediately after independence now in 1963, to Kenya's first president, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. So then, that time the agitation was more of education inclusion and accessibility for blind people. And it started with that young man who fell in love with a beautiful Mzungu girl. So it became, coming to the media, public attention, and conversation started. So focus started shifting into issues of access to education now. Many commission came, issue of rehabilitations, came up. And then President Moi came. Because Kenya's journey was a bit progressive in terms of disability inclusion. President Moi, during the powerful provisional administration, I don't know whether some of you might remember, he made national fundraising, Harambee. And that Harambee led to creation of a trustee called National Fund for Disabled of Kenya, which is there up to now. Rehema House 1 was built, Rehema House 2 was built, and they have some endowment where they focus on supporting, people with disabilities in education, in assistive devices, and many other things. Become really a big contribution of President Moi's administration. And then President Kibaki came, and disabled people celebrate him as a Lincoln of our time, actually, because of the acts that I have mentioned, the Constitution of Kenya that put the Bill of Rights. I mean, the issue of person with disability, right at the center. The Convention of the UN Convention on the Right of Persons with Disability was also ratified, domesticated, during his time. Conversation, picked up, where even disabled people come out now, not as a favor, but as a right, fighting, A lot of advocacy came, a lot of support came, people started coming out, become quite healthy, conversation and things like that. And then President Uhuru came's administration, I think he was credited with implementation of the Constitution, but the concept like Agbo came during his time, addressing the issue of poverty among women, youth, and persons with disability. Remember those?
Yep.
Even though disabled people and the players in the sector fought so hard that 30% should be segregated, that you have to have a clear definition that this percentage is for persons with disability. Women are very active. They took 25%. The youth took 4%, maybe 1%, But if you said only 5% for persons with disability, it's a clear, demarcation kind of.
Yeah.
So I think President Uhuru's administration also allowed him for that. And then the current administration came with a raft of ideas in their manifesto, including 100% universal health coverage for persons with disabilities, ring-fencing the Hustlers Fund, deliberate quota, for scholarship program for persons with disabilities, and many other things. So Kenya, progressively, if you look in the continent, we've done something, but we have a lot more to do. Sometimes there is in having a law and the policies in place, but realization becomes
practice,
another story. So we have the journeys, very interesting journeys, up and down, and some countries also come and benchmark, to come and learn from us. The other day we received Commission of Disability from the Federal Republic of Nigeria. They're wondering, Kenyans who are working and earning up to a certain level are exempted from tax-free. How is that happening? Saying if you have a disability and you can afford, because life is tough, you can import a car duty free. They were wondering, how is that happening?
So we have seen that there has been progress, because we've come from a place where the conversation was not being had, and as insensitive as it sounds, persons with disability, for the longest time historically, were not even regarded. We then began to see where the regard came about. It could have been as a result of agitation or insistence on a certain way of doing things. And then we began to see infrastructure changed in buildings. We started to see ramps started to be put in and things like that. We started to see that there was a bigger writing on signs in buildings and things for those who would be visually impaired. I mean, the list goes on. But that was just one side of it. We then started to see the inclusion of persons with disability in positions of leadership, in employment, where previously they would not have been given an opportunity. So we saw the character of progress then start to change, whereby there was, acceptance that it's there, and then we started to see inclusion. But like you said, there's still a lot that needs to be done. Can we walk through what some of those things are and what challenges are still being faced in society today that we can actually do something about?
Thank you so much. I think I have to start with figures. According to KNBS report, there are about 1 million Kenyans with disabilities. And these figures is grossly being contested by persons with disabilities and their stakeholders particularly. Because scientifically, we were told 15 to 16% of any population is persons with disabilities. That translates to more than 6 million Kenyans to have a disability. And disability is a phenomenon that is on rise. Not from the traditional causes of disability, because we have advances in medicine now, like measles rendering people blind or polio, but other factors. Road accident like you may, pop, you either die or you become disabled or you become kawaida. And then, lifestyle diseases, hypertension, blood pressure, cancer, many things are churning the number into. So coming to, the question you asked, then disability, as I earlier said, is not more of the impairment of this person now. It's the barriers that every day they contend with. Different form of disabilities contend with different barriers. If someone is blind or if someone is deaf, the barrier is more of communication. If someone is, different. But we all have one in common, attitudinal barrier. If you see someone with disability, what comes to your mind? In terms of access to opportunity, in terms of acceptance, in terms of, that becomes really a problem. So I think as a government, through the National Council and many entities, we're trying to push that disability is not a business of only one entity. It has to be mainstreamed in all the service of the government, in all the programs of the government. It's all our responsibility, but we have a role to play. So Council, one of the key mandate of the Council is to register persons with disabilities. And we must have statistics in place. And not only statistics, we must have detailed socio-economic information about persons with disabilities in place. So that when we plan, we have at least something. That's one thing. And this process used to be very difficult, extremely difficult, because it is a process. It starts with medical assessment. And the medical assessment is done by medical team. Previously, all the hospitals in Kenya, they have their own tool that don't speak to each other. And then the forms are shifted to Afya House before devolution, that is. Even during the devolution, before it was decentralized, we managed to decentralize last year. And then director of medical signature become an instruction to the council now to register that person and capture him or her in our database. But devolution brought service closer to people. We say this registration, because for you to access opportunities and benefit, you must be registered. We say it must follow devolution, and that signature must be moved from Afya House to county directors of health or county directors of medical services. And that's what we succeeded. It wasn't easy. It was tough, but that's what we managed to see. And then we came up with new registration system where we are capturing now enough information about persons with disability. That's the most important milestone, for us. And then we put, I heard when I was coming, you were talking about e-citizen. We put also that registration on e-citizen platform. Ours is free. Free, so that now the only thing that now a client needs is just that medical assessment from the county director, the passport size, his ID, and for minors maybe a birth certificate, and just a smartphone and internet connectivity. And we put that 2 months ago. And in a record less than 2 months, about 8,000 Kenyans have already registered, making now the power into their hands. So the numbers are coming up because there are many benefits that if you're registered that you can access, both from national government or county government, going forward. Then the other thing that we have also focused so much on in the last 2 years is the issue of education. We run a scholarship program. Each year we support 542 kids for full scholarship from Form 1 to Form 4 with some of our partners.
As the council?
As a council. Yes, 542 together with Kenya Pipeline and Kenya Commercial Bank as our key partner. Because education, Eric, is a fighting chance for child with disability.
Yeah.
If you give him more high education, you will never see the disability. You will see them. There'll be journalists, top journalists like you here. There'll be engineers, there'll be lawyers. But the moment we deny them that, that's when you see their disability.
Yeah.
So, but there's so much into education for children with disabilities. Are we reading it together with the child's disability? Sometimes because of the impairment of the child or the kind of the disability of the child might drop out. He might get or she might get scholarship but don't have a wheelchair or maybe don't have a braille facility or adaptive technology that makes life easier for them. So we came up with that program where now 542 every year benefit. And then we introduced and we launched it 3 weeks ago in Nyeri with our cabinet secretary and county government of Nyeri, mentorship and career guidance program. Where, we bring this student together, pair them with, people who've made in life. I don't know whether you will say in spite or despite,
the disability.
Their disabilities, and things like that. And then we support, groups and organizations of persons with disabilities in advocacy platforms. Come out, speak for yourself. Sometimes if you don't speak for yourself, people might never speak for you the way you want it. So come out, speak yourself, participate in budget making processes, conversations in governance, participate in politics, anything, speak out, So we support them, in advocacy platform. And of recent also the last 3 weeks we have been churning out literatures and research that has not been there. Yesterday we released the first landscape analysis, disability landscape analysis in this country. We're supported by USAID on this.
What is that?
What it is the situation of status of disability inclusion in this country at national level and at the county level. And the situation is not that kind. We've looked at the judiciary, we've looked at parliament, we've looked at the executive, we've looked at the county government, all the role that they can play, so that we came up with key recommendations that we have to all, implement or make provisions, interventions, to include persons with disabilities in our country. Yes.
I want us to take a break and then we come back and continue this conversation. We are talking about the challenges faced by persons with disability and the services being offered by government through the National Council for Persons with Disability. The Executive Director, Harun Maalim Hassan, is our guest this morning. As we continue with this conversation, Harun, time for a break. We call this the Keringet break. City, why do we call it the Keringet break?
Well, for a very simple reason. Keringet is actually water. Mineral water that, bottled at source. The simple fact that 60 to 70% of our body is actually made up of water, I think that more than makes the case for not just the sufficiency, but for the dire necessity of water. Now, water doesn't just come alone as a liquid. It comes as a liquid with all manner of minerals. Some help strengthen your bones, some your teeth, some help your neurological system, some prevent cardiovascular diseases from advancing in your body, and the list goes on. Whether it's iron, whether it is zinc, whether it's magnesium, whether it's calcium. Now, these are properties that are found in water, Keringet. Now, the beauty is this. Every part of our body requires water to function well. Now, imagine it's infused with the minerals that help it not just grow, but helps it get stronger. I think I've made the case for Keringet quite strongly, don't you think?
Keringet says, own your richness. 7:30.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aye, City. Do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda.
I mean, I don't understand. What are they saying? How are we comparison? I mean, you kill a mouse.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So I'm like, your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes, my name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of the
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, so looking at traffic in the city this morning, coming in heavy on the Thika Superhighway. Also looking at some of it on Muru Road, heavy as well. Coming into the city on Kiambu Road, bumper to bumper, all the way from the DCI headquarters. Jogo Road also started early. Some of that's still happening as you get onto Kamkunji at the roundabout, but Haile Selassie looks good until you cross over. Then coming in from Gong Road, it's very busy. Huru Highway, touching on the junctions from Lusaka Road and then Bunyala Road after that. It's busy on Aerodrome, and then coming into the city from Gong Road, busy as well. We're getting into traffic hour right about now. Tuesday morning looks like it's going to be busy, but we should be able to handle it. Let's put our heads together and talk about where you can find a good route or where things are fuzzy. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever. The weather
Sun's up this
with
morning in Nairobi, it's 16 degrees, highs of 26. We'll see highs of 28 in a mostly sunny Nakuru at 13. It's 13 and sunny in Nyeri with highs of 27. While looking into a sunny Eldoret at 14, it'll go to highs of 26. Mombasa is sunny at 27 with highs of 33, while in Malindi at 27 as well, we'll see highs of 33. Kisumu sunny at 21 with highs of 29, while Kakamega will go to highs of 30. It's currently sunny at 18. Out in Kampala, the clouds are up at 19 with highs of 29, while it's sunny at 27 in Dar es Salaam, we'll see highs of 32. Johannesburg is sunny at 15 with highs of 29. While Mogadishu is sunny at 26, we'll see highs of 32. Addis Ababa is cloudy at 14 with highs of 22. While Lagos is partly cloudy at 27, we'll see highs of 34. It's clear at 25. In Kinshasa, we'll see highs of 32 and lows of 24.
Spice FM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning.
Our guest this morning,
Spice up yourself.
Kenya's conversation, hashtag The Situation Room, is Harun Maalim Hassan. He is the Executive Director of the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. And like you said, we are celebrating 20 years of disability inclusion in this country. City?
Mm-hmm. Somewhere along the line, one looks at the progress that has been made with people who have disabilities in this country, and much as there's been a lot of progress, I would argue it isn't enough. When we began the show, you mentioned, when we were off air, that in the year 2002 you were not on a wheelchair. I'd like to ask, what happened?
Yeah, thank you. In 2007, I was a fairly young man at 28 and very active. So, together with 3 friends, we drove from here, Nairobi. I come from Mandera. You know, participating in some clan primaries in politics, let me put it that way. And in our area, clans are so structured that you don't just wake up and campaign. The elders must convene somewhere and decisions have to be made. So as a young man, I felt I know I will not go anywhere let me go and announce my political arrival, that they should be aware of me, just for fun or something. So on our way back to Nairobi, 3 of us, and I was the one who was driving actually. And I was not on a seat belt. You know, when we told every time to wear a seat belt, people think it's a small thing. It's a big thing. So my friend who was next to me in the car told me I'm driving fairly fast. I should fasten my seat belt. I refused. That's the only conversation I can remember. The rest is what I was told. So what happened is, immediately after that, the only thing I can remember is we were driving down a small hill, and then probably the front tire of the car busted, and you know. So maybe not, I might have pressed, you know, the brake, and the car started rolling. So the door was open, I was flat. Yes, so I had a lot of injuries, head injuries, you know. But people didn't knew that I had one terrible injuries, my back. And there, you know, cars are very scarce.
Yes.
So a lorry we overtook, you know, for a while, came. So they made me to sit in the cabin. That must have worsened the entire. So they dropped me to the nearest health facility. Then the following day, my family and relatives lifted me to Nairobi. Those are the stories I was told. So I spent 1 year in hospital actually. But what I remember most was my doctor. You know, he came and he's quite a very interesting man. He said, Hassan, you know, you're out of danger. You refuse to die. But what he told me was, you will never walk again. That's what went into my head. So my journey of stress, depression began. But I have a very strong family, wonderful family, and I also have very close friends who stood with me. Sometimes the social capital you have also really you know, matters. So what happened to you? Those who are around you, you know. But I started reading extensively about disability. I wanted to know theologically, contemporary world, why disability in the first.
Yeah.
That process became a therapy for me because the focus started shifting away from me. I was serving as a district officer at the time, at Dio, here in Okoh. So I even lost interest in that job. I wanted to know why disability in the first place. And the more I read about it, the more I become a scholar or an authority in the area. So I started picking that line more of as a career. Before then, I didn't know about National Council. It was there. I have no clue. You know. I knew I had friends with disabilities. Meet them, but they've never been so close to me. You know. Yeah. Now I wanted to know. Some of the friends that I hang around with now are people who. I don't know whether I will use that phrase, as I say sometimes, birds of feathers also. Because you understand each other. You know, there's something you can pick and learn. Like the current member of parliament of Western team, and yesterday we were together. Some of the people who picked me up. I remember visiting his office, and he used to run another office next to National Spinal Injury Hospital. So one day he told me, Hassan, we are going to Olopolos next Saturday, and to have a goat.
To eat nyama.
Yes. Do you have someone to bring you? And you're going to see a lot of guys. You know, that time I was struggling to accept this wheelchair. Yeah. You know, it was like, you know. So I told a friend to anipeleka hapo. We went. And I saw many guys coming on a wheelchair driving. Because they're talking football, they're talking money, they're talking power. So I was like wondering, are these guys really serious? and I quietly, I was just sitting there and looking at them, you know. And my journey of acceptance began, you know. Start driving, you know. And today I joke, if my legs come back, even I've forgotten how to use it. We've moved on, you know. It's how you integrate what happened to you in life that matters. How you see yourself inside is what people see outside. So we say, let us contribute in change making in this country to make disability inclusion a reality.
Yeah.
That disability is just diversity, you know. In people, there's a tall person, short
invisible.
person. You know, it's just a diversity.
Right.
Like if you go to West, you know, I go alone sometimes, and I don't feel that I'm unique and different, you know, because everything is accessible. You know, you move. We have to build now, so a culture. I also say, sometimes let me tell you, I don't have to wear like smart I am today. Sometimes I have to wear like it is optical. You know, people, they will call me Mwijimwa. But if I wear very casual, my friend is Sadaka na Patanga. Or the Uruba, you know. It's nature, you know.
Yes, it is.
Of human. But I think as a country, coming back to our conversation, I know we have a lot more to do, but the issue of disability has become an important conversation. Because you've mentioned issue of political participation, like now in the Senate we have people, in the county assemblies we have people. Though sadly, more than 20 counties don't have even MCAs with disabilities in their county assembly. Quite very unfortunate. And so if they don't have people to agitate, you know, to raise the issue, it becomes really, you know, a big thing. So I think, you know, of course, issue of budget is also another big issue, I have to admit here, you know. Sometimes conflicting priorities comes, the demands are overwhelming, the needs rise by the day, you know, and disability is becoming a passion because of the opportunity to present.
Yeah, one of the things you've talked about, and I think you're giving allusion to, all right, when you travel and you look at how it's been done in different jurisdictions, two things happen. One, there is an acceptance, and that's a cultural, social decision. But then there's also a policy decision that has been made. Because we can say it, you know, yes, we accept people with disability, persons, I can say it, right? But how am I going to actually show that I mean what I say? Especially when I'm in a position to do something about it. And through policy. That it is not a question of, can we have a discussion about whether this can be done? No, it becomes law. This will be done. Thereafter, you will realize and recognize the benefits of doing it in that manner. And so these things became policy. We have very few number of people in Kenya today, people living with disability, people with disability who are in positions of government. We have, in the corporate sector, many policies that have come up and said, we will hire, we will insist that certain things are being done. Thereafter, you realize, would you have been able to see 10 years ago, for example, that a person with disability would be able to earn because they were hired, but because we see that it is insisted upon, we then see that actually, yes, you can do a job just like anybody else can. And we can say it, but when we do it, it's something totally different. So right now, what are we seeing is being done by government, because again, they're the vanguards of policy. What is being done to ensure that persons with disability are, number one, protected, and number two, are provided for in society today to ensure that they're living as best they can?
Yeah, thank you so much. I agree, policy is one thing and implementing the policy is a different thing. I said council came through an act of parliament of 2003. Sadly, I have to say, that's the only piece of law that has not conformed with the current constitution. And it came before devolution. So it is becoming it is silent on matters, counties, and that's why we have really a big problem. But the government of the day actually is fast-tracking how this act can be conformed with the current constitution. It's already in the National Assembly and also at the Senate, and they are seeking for concurrence. And very sadly again, we don't have national disability policy in this country. Yes. I think our minister right now is really working very hard and bringing it up for public participation and then take it to the cabinet. That itself also brings some sort of impediment insofar as gaining, and things like that. But even then, something is going on. Some benefits are going on, for persons with disability, even though there are challenges here and there. Or employment, for example, constitutionally they said 5% of any employment, whether elective or appointed, should be reserved for persons with disabilities. But within the constitution, there's one word that become a problem: progressive. Because you can't measure progressive. You find people employing 20 people and they employ one. Maybe a junior, level, and that's progressive. So provided we have an amendment and dropping of that word progressive, and it's in the it becomes really a big problem. But as a council, we run a career guidance portal where we made sure and made it mandatory for public entities to advertise through there. And also for persons with disabilities who are job seekers to also open an account and apply through there. And because every year we produce a report on the status of disability mainstreaming report, and we started last year, and we are releasing a more skating on this March this year actually, and we invite you for that to monitor that 5% how much we are. According to the most recent report by Public Service Commission, we're at about 1.2% of that 5%. But if that 1.2% can be broken down, it might be very low level, in terms of, and yet there are people who are qualified even for bigger positions or higher job, and they might not get. So the report that we'll be releasing, we're going to really bring that, forth. So those are some of the effort that, we are trying to see, how, we can bring on board.
I want to ask a couple of questions. Number one, you said that for one to be registered with the council, they first need to go through medical assessment, and then the Director of Medical Services at national county level will then certify that and give it to their council. This medical assessment, is there a spectrum of conditions that are classified as disability?
Yeah.
And how wide is that? How many conditions qualify as disability?
Now, medical assessment is done through a tool developed by Ministry of Health, and it's called Medical Assessment and Categorization Guideline, Disability Medical Assessment and Categorization Guideline, and it is right in their website. And before that guidelines, there's no guidelines. So all hospitals were doing their own things. So this is what we have worked with them and other entities as a player in there. And then these guidelines has a lot of domains, because different disability requires different expertise. For example, if you are blind, ni expert ya watu ya macho. If you're deaf, ni expert ya watu ya hiyo area. If you're physical or, and there's some form of disability that are hidden.
Yep.
You find mtu anatembea tu barabara, you think is hana disability, but hakuna disability, especially issues of mental health, bipolar, depression, schizophrenia. It's really on rise. So the new medical assessment as a guideline developed by Ministry of Health has all those domains. And how it is dispensed, each county iko committee headed by a medical superintendent and comprises of other expert physiotherapists, ophthalmologists, expert around those areas. So the individual appears before this panel, and this panel now assess, fill those forms, if things to be checked, what they check, and then it is now taken to County Director of Medical Service now to sign. Once signed, now a copy is given to the client, and now the client now use that plus other requirements like now national identity and maybe for child birth certificate, to register. That's how it is.
But then, at early stages of a child, when a child is developing and now you're noticing that there is something, maybe if they have neurodivergence, how is that picked up from community level, at parent level, to go to the local health facility to be escalated up to the point where it gets to the Director of Medical Services?
Thanks for that. I think that one also put me a reminder that a few weeks ago we released a report on autism and other related developmental disorders. Some forms of disabilities that are marginalized. I don't know whether we call it marginalized within marginalized. Kids that are born with autism, kids are born with cerebral palsy, Big challenge, people who are constantly on therapy, constantly on drugs. We've seen families breaking up because of those children, and sometimes, and largely, mothers carrying, the burden.
Yeah.
And because of, those children, and the early identification of this child disability becomes really a problem. Sometimes a parent might realize after the child is 2 years or 3 years, he or she has some condition, which is a bit too late, and things like, in advanced medicine, of course, I don't advocate for that. They do DNA lottery, you just say, you want to watch it. But for pro-life, conservative communities, we don't speak on that. So they cannot pick, the child, and that report brought us to the fore, the early identifications and the assessment that needed and the care that is needed. I want to really announce here that we have launched a program for those kids of 100% health coverage, and we are really working very hard with the new reform NHIF, that disability and health somehow intertwines. And disability, Eric, is the most expensive lifestyle. You don't you don't use any finance to work. I use some finance to work. Because you're sitting on a metal, you have to buy, right?
Yep.
Therapy, Imagine a child who is always on therapy.
It's very costly.
You've seen families saying taking a cup is more expensive than even the therapy.
Yep.
And they have to carry this child every day, maybe to Matatu, Then we said, because the government said the 100% universal health coverage for persons with disabilities, what does that mean?
Yeah.
And then we say, let us unpackage that. Could we have an enhanced cover for these categories of disability? Whether it is the therapy, speech, drugs, physiotherapy, and whatnot. And then, just to add on, there's a silent around caregivers and parents of such children.
Yep.
You find parents becoming more depressed and becoming more disabled even because of that nature.
Yep.
And families breaking up, And so we are also introducing in our programs, how can we have a focus on even parents themselves or the caregivers of those children in some form.
So you're introducing the program?
Yes.
When will it be fully operational?
Actually, the design is over, everything we have put, and we have got funding from the Exchequer, not what we really wanted, but at least a startup. So I think now with the report that we have released and the recommendation that come up, we'll be releasing, you will be implementing, this new program.
You're saying like it's an expensive and really tasking venture to have. If you have a child who is in any of these autism spectrum, they, even if it's going to school, they will need a teacher's assistant. And our school system does not have any provision for teacher's assistant. They need, like you're saying, 100% access to medical care. So what are you doing about that? For example, about education, because as you talk about access to education, instead of just thinking about sending children to the physically, we know these are the schools that offer special needs education, which is mostly physical. How about these other ones?
It's true. For this one, access to education is the most expensive. I saw a parent a while back in a forum in Mombasa. He has a child with autism. And there's special school that understand the nature of this disability and how this is very expensive. He said, per time he's paying 100,000. 100,000. Yes, because of how many parents can afford that.
Yep.
And is our government facilities, inclusive of that? Largely not. But what are we doing around it? Because as a government, many policies that try to churn out were pushing for what is called inclusive education. Inclusive education means that a school should be open for all children, all learners. And one of the beauty with that, it addresses the issue of stigma and labeling. When the kids grow up, they don't see each other as different.
Yeah.
But if maybe you have a specialized school, like in Garissa, I saw a school of those with developmental disabilities. The local community there call it the School of Fools. And the headmaster say they call me the headmaster of the School of Fools. You see, that's the stigma,
Already.
Yeah. So, inclusive education is the most important thing where the kids, but different forms of disabilities have different levels of access. Like those like physical disability like me, you can go to any school. You only need environmental adjustment.
Yes.
If someone is blind, it's a different thing now.
Yep.
If someone is deaf, but for those kids of autism who are hyper sometimes, you know, and requires constant monitoring, you know, it becomes really a problem. One other thing actually is, even in the criminal justice police, or you know, we've seen parents saying mtoto yake alitoka tu nje kutafuta kitu, maybe kununua get straight, so the police wanashika.
Yep. Loitering.
Yeah, loitering, and the kid might not explain himself, you know. They end up, you know, so we have big problem, you know, not only in the education side but generally even, you know, for these groups of different autism spectrum. So I think the effort is not only government but all the stakeholders, how we can come together, team up, and pull our little and see how we can make life bearable or better, you know. And you know, some of these autistic kids are very brilliant, and we are told in history some of smart people are autistic.
Yep.
That we read, right? But wewe unataka mtoto yako akue daktari, you pit him, and the guy anataka kuwa mechanic. Without even training, he's already there.
He's naturally gifted.
Yes. I saw a father, he told me his son who is having autism, akiingia tu gari na gari imeokisha, anasema stop, gari kuna issue. Yeah. Anaenda, you know, you see his mind is wired on. But if you tell that guy to play guitar, he can't. Or you tell him to go become
operate
a doctor,
patient.
So I think we need to have some sensitization also when we are addressing issue of education. How, you know, we can look at the child and talent and the expenses related with, which is quite enormous.
What have you done with this matter of sensitization and getting people to actually understand how to manage and how to ensure that people, children who have disabilities, get to enjoy the benefits that every other citizen of this country
enjoys?
Yes.
We encourage parents and organizations to form organizations to register with us. And then we support them, you know, through advocacy, grant, economic empowerment grant, you know, and even putting recommendation for them to the donors, you know, and how, you know, they can come up, you know, more than 1,000 organizations, I'm not very sure exact, who are registered, no, more than 3,000 organizations who are registered with the National Council, whether it is community-based or whether they are playing national platform on advocacy. And some are very specific, some are for autism spectrum groups, some are all forms of disability, some are deaf, like Kenya Nationalization for the Deaf, Kenya Society, you know, for the deaf, for the blind. You know, there are many entities, so we support them so that they can carry, you know, advocacy and sensitization in their areas.
Yes, it was brought to our attention a while back by an organization. This is specific. They call themselves Crutches for Africa. They import mobility devices. They have partnerships with organizations in the US. They repurpose mobility devices. They collect them, organize them, clean them up, make sure they're in top form. Then they bring them back and they give it for free. The handicap they had is taxes.
I think those materials are tax exempted. And in the care in their catalog, there are devices that are meant for persons with disability that are tax-free, wheelchairs, crutches, and many things. What they need to do is maybe they need to reach out to us also for recommendation to the KRA. Because right now, assistive devices, you know, the demand is high and it is very expensive. Even as a council, we signed one that is affiliated to United States called Hope Mobility Kenya, where we recommend them to KRA. They bring, you know, containers, and then the wheelchairs then we release to distribute, so they can maybe reach out to us.
So any organization that is willing to support with all these devices just needs to reach out to the council.
We put a recommendation for them. Yes, it's provided it is assistive devices, and it is also in the cadre of the tax exemption from KRA.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Harun Maalim Hassan is the Executive Director of the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. He's been our guest this morning. Keep it here for more conversations. It's 8 a.m. Time for the news.
Spice up your life
A total of 50,666 cases have been resolved through small claims court over the last 3 years. While giving remarks during the opening address of the Small Claims Court Annual Symposium 2024, Chief Justice Martha Koome said the courts have played a pivotal role in promoting access to justice through social transformation. The CJ noted that since SCCs began operating in 2021, a total of 81 adjudicators have been designated to preside over 37 operational courts, facilitating easy access to justice. She stated that establishment of the courts across the country have also led to release of 9.3 billion shillings back to the Kenyan economy, a move targeted to enhancing ease of doing business and boosting the country's investment. Koome pointed out that the expansion of the courts has enabled the judiciary to bring accelerated justice closer to the citizens. A Nairobi court has released a businessman accused of illegally refilling other bronze LPG cylinders without permission on a cash bail of 2 million shillings and an alternative of 5 million shillings. Ednah Hassan, the owner of City Gas, appeared before the Milimani Law Court and was charged afresh with illegally refilling gas cylinders of various brands in violation of the Petroleum Act of 2019. In the case, which began in 2021, the businessman entered a guilty plea before Milimani Magistrate Esther Kimilu and was fined 30,000 shillings. However, the Petroleum Institute of East Africa moved to High Court for revision of the judgment, saying the businessman's actions were illegal. At the High Court, where there were two other similar matters, 30,000 shillings fine was substituted to 10 million shillings with an alternative of 5 years prison. Police in Kirinyaga County arrested one suspected and recovered AK-47 rifle stolen from a police station within the area. Kennedy Mwangi Wangeshi was nabbed following an intelligence-led operation, with the missing gun found buried in a shallow hole in his compound. According to the DCI, the police rifle and 18 rounds of ammunition were discovered buried in a shallow hole outside his house. The police rifle had been stolen from Kabonga police station in Kirinyaga County on February 2nd, when the cell sentry and report office attendant allegedly stepped out of the areas of deployment, leaving the firearms unattended at the reception area. The G3 rifle stolen alongside the AK-47 is yet to be recovered. Two police officers from whom the two rifles were stolen are currently under investigation. The police say the suspect is being interrogated to shed more light on how the rifle ended up in his possession. And the police in Limuru, Kiambu County are searching for a suspect who stabbed a teacher to death at a home in Kabiritu. 51-year-old Irene Nyando was a teacher at the Giodeya Primary School and is said to have been attacked at her home. Neighbors found her in a critical condition, and their efforts to rush her to hospital were in vain. The family and friends of the teacher are asking detectives to speed up the investigations to bring the culprit to book before they lay their loved ones to rest. And a 35-year-old man whose wife was found murdered at Gakima village in Mukuruini 2 weeks ago has committed suicide while being held at Mukuruini police station. Benson Maina Kamau, a prime suspect in the murder, committed suicide by hanging himself with a mortar sling in one of the toilets at the station cell. Confirming the incident, Nyeri County Police Boss Kipkori Rotich said that Kamau was being held at the station together with another suspect when the incident occurred. Rotich said the police on duty discovered the body after they were alerted by other inmates in the cell. Muthoni was found murdered by unknown persons 2 weeks ago, with her body being dumped by the roadside. And police are probing the contents of a suspected illegal brew seized from a saloon car in Mlolongo. According to authorities, dozens of cartons of the drink discovered in an abandoned car at a petrol station near Athi River. They say the car's driver abandoned the vehicle when he saw cops. This comes only days after more than 10 individuals died in Mwea, Kirinyaga County after consuming illicit brew. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It wants tax. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in this.
been low nin dhinte iyo nin dheer ayuu markhaati ka dhigtaa. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive that. Sweating is biblical. Good. And you must blame it on Adam, not because Adam messed up and he was told, no, you fellow, you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
2 minutes after 8 o'clock, what does traffic look like now as we've gone through a full circle? In terms of minutes, it's very, very busy as you're coming off Gong Road. Some of that traffic is also then coming from Raila Odinga Way, so that's pretty busy. Uhuru Highway, very, very busy, very early. As folks are coming off the expressway, I'm trying to get back on it, all the way through to the CBD and then touching a little bit on getting in from Chiromo. Looking at State House Road, coming off of Processional Way, very slow traffic as well, inching along. Folks are trying to make their way in and out of the city. It's also busy on Limuru Road, coming off of Parklands. As many avenues as you have, there's traffic this morning. You don't even want to know what's going on Kiambu Road, because well beyond DCI headquarters, all the way through to the junction of Muthaiga North Road, very busy as well. It's inching along on the Thika Superhighway, coming in from the Allsop stage, and even before that, coming in from Githurai. Heavy traffic this morning. Want to keep an eye on things and see how we can traverse Tuesday? Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your...
February 2024. It's a good time to remind you about tomorrow evening, Sarit Center, Parking Lot C.
So what's happening at Parking Lot C? There'll be tables set up. There will be red and burgundy everywhere. The colors will be coloring and love will be loving tomorrow. And if you've not bought your ticket, you still have time. Between now and tomorrow, 6 p.m., go to www.ticketsasa.com and purchase your tickets for the Elegance in Love cocktail dinner that's happening tomorrow at Sarit Your City. It is Valentine's Day after all. So show up with your significant other, show up hoping to find love, or show up with your very important significant other. You would have bought tickets for 3,000, 5,500 and 10,000 shillings. Wahoo and Nameless will be singing My Sweet Love. Things like that. Do it tomorrow. Let's, They ask how will you know? That's how you will know.
That's how you know. At a Nameless Wahoo?
What Nameless?
And Wahoo.
Nameless or Wahoo? Na Wahoo wake.
What Nameless?
Wahoo Wahoo?
What Nameless?
Wahoo Nameless.
Nameless what?
Wahoo. They will be there.
Yes.
Sawa basi. How much again?
Are you going alone?
Single, alone, singular.
Single, alone, singular. 3,000 shillings.
Okay.
Single alone with somebody, 5,500 shillings. Single alone with somebody superior, 10,000 shillings, otherwise known as VIP.
10,000.
Yes.
And that caters for food and drinks.
Everything.
You don't think it now you pay 10,000 and then now you'll still be given a manual.
No.
No.
Everything is inside.
And it's not a single course meal.
It's 3-course meal.
It's a 3-course
That's
meal.
a soup.
Yeah.
Unakula, then unakula 10, then unakula 10, then unaanza kunywa.
Unamalizia na ice cream.
I love the definition of 3-course. Unakula 10. Unakula 10. Hey.
Full. Okay. So earlier in the morning, we talked about the guests who will be joining us at 8 a.m. And we said, if you look in the country, you'll see, in terms of mobile coverage, almost kila mahali Kenya, iko nini? Iko mtandao ya simu. In some of these areas, it's because of a certain fund. If you go to many parts of this country, you'll find that you have access to television and services. It's also, in some respect, thanks to this fund. It's called the Universal Service Fund, administered by the Communication Authority. And the person who's the boss of the director is Christopher Kemei. He is our guest for the next hour. Christopher, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. That's the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank you.
Now, the Communication Authority is our regulator. So many times, if you're someone by the Communication Authority, you go and
unajua.
Sasa umejileta hapa.
Thank you very much. Sasa kaa chini.
It's a revenge mission.
Siwe mwenyewe umejileta. Umekaa chini hapa.
Asante sana.
City will begin with giving you the day's proverb. Every week, City goes to one African country. He mines proverbs from that country, and then he gives us a proverb a day from that country. Your job, Bwana Kemei, is to listen to the proverb and give us your interpretation of the proverb. He is supported by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. It says what? We, you,
a better you, a better me, a better Africa. There's a song for everything. Tomorrow will be better you, better me. So, EcoBank has representation in 35 African countries, majority, right? And making transactions easier. So imagine if you were in Kenya today, and then you were going to work in another country. Pick a place. I don't know. Cameroon. Oh, is that not where you were going?
Rwanda.
Okay, fine. Rwanda. We can go to Rwanda. EcoBank would be there. So you don't have to shut down your account and say, okay, I'm going to start again. No, you go to Rwanda and you pick up where you left off, because EcoBank's presence there allows you to do just that. It's a Pan-African bank, and saying, you know what, transactions is one of the things in life that should actually be made seamless, and they've gone ahead to do that. So representation in 35 African countries, 14,000 employees, as well as 4 more countries outside of Africa, making it better for you and easier for you to transact. A better you, a better Africa.
Kabisa. City. Now, where in Africa are you this week?
We are in the Republic of Angola. And I'm not going to get tired of saying this. The 7th largest country in Africa.
By geography or population?
Economy?
No, you two, skizeni. When you're told something, just take the information you've been given and leave it there. Okay. Let me repeat it. 7th largest country in Africa. Do you have anything else to ask me?
No, please.
Eric?
No.
Thank you very much. Now let's go on. The real journey of discovery begins in old age.
The real journey of discovery begins in old age.
Yes.
Christopher, what's your interpretation of this one?
It's about wisdom, I think. The older you are, the wiser you are, the more, reflective of things and proper contextualization of life.
I'm inclined to agree with you.
Of course you are.
Just admit it.
I'm inclined to agree with him because he has put it very, very well. Yes. Thank you.
You relate?
No, I relate perfectly. And don't introduce insinuations, Eric.
No. I'm just saying.
Just asking.
Just saying.
I'm just saying.
Though I have to say this, though. I have met people who are my age, my contemporaries, some who are older, who, even if I stretched my imagination and tried, I really wouldn't call wise.
Cookie subtle way of making people really seem very stupid.
But there it is. There are not really many, but they exist.
Their old age hasn't started. They're still young.
There's a delay, but you know what
Yes. Bonakemei, please tell us, what is the Universal Service Fund?
Thank you for this opportunity. First of all, let me indicate that the Universal Service Fund was a fund created in realization that the efforts that, not just in Kenya, the efforts that various governments were making in terms of rolling out or ensuring that communication services are available to all citizens by way of, using government machinery and government entities was not working. At least the speed at which that was being achieved was extremely low. So that is why in the 90s, there was a deliberate effort to undertake liberalization, meaning introducing the private sector to leverage on the private capital to take that journey forward. But you and me, that the private sector would be choosy. They would go to places where, of course, they would make money. There would be return on investment. But the reality on the ground, with respect to, our geographical, situation, economic situation of our people, leads to a situation where some people will be left behind. Because, private capital and private operators will always only go to the extent to which they can make money. So in 2009, just like many other, countries in the world, government decided to set up a universal service fund. This fund primarily was, as the name suggests, was meant to, catalyze the provision and extension of communication services to unserved and underserved areas and communities. So really that is the purpose of the fund in general.
When we say communication services, what exactly do we mean?
Now, what we mean by communication services is just by way of saying, nowadays we call it ICT. Now, they span from the most unlikely, which is postal and courier, for example, is a communication service. Broadcasting, being TV or radio, is a communication service. Of course, telecommunications is a communication service, and there are many varieties or sub telecommunication services, for example. Most people nowadays talk about the internet, there is the voice, data, video, and so on and so forth. All those fall under telecommunications services. And just to indicate that these services are provided through various platforms, some of them ranging from satellite communication, others through cable, others through terrestrial wireless communication systems, as well as wireline communication services.
Okay. When an investor has been licensed to operate in the country in any of these areas that you've talked about, as a courier operator, postal, in broadcasting, in ICT, in mobile telephony, they're expected to come and invest in the areas that they're operating in. Okay. If you give us a license, I come to the Communication Authority today and you give me a license for radio, I'm expected to invest in my transmission equipment to make sure that then I reach out the areas. So at what point does the Universal Service Fund determine the areas that are likely to be not covered and those areas that are going to be covered?
So let's start from the licensing.
Okay.
When we grant you a license, and these I'm talking about licenses that have limitations in terms of the number of licensees. that can be in the market. And these limitations arise mainly because of the spectrum limitations. Because spectrum is limited, it is finite, so it can only take a number of licensees. So in that context, and for purposes of ensuring that those benefiting from these few opportunities to access spectrum are then, in terms of introducing them to the market, they're introduced through a competitive process, both in terms of what you offer as rollout obligations. In other words, what you do in simple terms, you say, I want to operate in your market. I have financial resources to this extent. What you'd expect from me in the next couple of years is X, Y, Z in terms of reach, in terms of subscription, in terms of quality of service, in terms of even pricing and so on. So you will then be taken through what we call a beauty contest. And that beauty contest is mainly just a comparison between the various offers on the table, taking into account what I just indicated in terms of what we call rollout obligations, geographical and subscriber rollout obligations. That's where we began. Now, these rollout obligations are then based on who provides the best offer is given the opportunity to be granted the license. And subsequent to that, then there would be negotiations on just try to stretch these commitments to the extent possible, so that we see how we can achieve universal access as quickly as possible. But there is an extent to which you can go.
Okay.
And this extent, as I said, is really motivated by a give and take in terms of, you are telling me to go to this particular place. There are no people. I cannot make money there. So there is that give and take. Then we will have that negotiation and say, look, but when you go to Mombasa, you'll make a bit more money. You can use that money to
invest here.
To invest in that, those kind of discussions then take place. At the end of that, of course, and after exhausting those opportunities of using private capital, would remain areas that would never be covered, either through this arrangement of the license or their own evolution in terms of just expanding their network. And as I said earlier, this is where really the Universal Service Fund comes in, so that we are able to find another, or rather use another intervention to be able to ensure those gaps that are left behind are covered.
Okay. So, I think you may have alluded to it, but obviously it's a fund, so that means that there's money in it.
Yeah.
Where does that money come from?
Now, this money comes from licensees. They come from the operators. Everyone who has a license is obligated to pay 0.5% of their gross annual turnover to the fund. So that is really the source of the fund. However, the law that establishes the fund also provides opportunities to source for funding from elsewhere. For example, Parliament can decide to appropriate, in the budget, an amount. It hasn't happened yet, but that opportunity is there. There is also the opportunity of sourcing from grants, from donations, and so on and so forth. By and large, so far, we've really only relied on the contributions from the industry players.
Something that I've always found a mystery is this concept of broadcast. It's been explained to me how it is that it works, how we are now in this studio, we are talking, and we can be heard all over the globe, or we can be seen. But what I'm interested in is when people come to, say, the Communication Authority for licensure, this license, what exactly are they looking for? What is it that that license entails?
The license is simple. It's in two parts. One, it gives you the legal space to be able to operate in the market. Because the law says that if you have to provide communication services, you can only do it through a license. So there is a compliance issue, a legal compliance issue. Now, in terms of the true nature of the license has what we call terms and conditions. Terms and conditions are the set of rules, the do's and don'ts. Like, for example, you must act in a certain manner. You must, follow these procedures in terms of submitting your returns, in terms of acting within the market. Fair competition issues and so on. Compliance to standards, because standards are required, whether it's equipment standards or operating standards, quality of service requirements. All those is a raft of terms and conditions, which conditions are then monitored on a regular basis to ensure that you are within that space. Because it's possible, as a broadcaster, for example, to be granted a license and then you become rogue. In other words, you say, for example, you start broadcasting inappropriate content. You start acting in a manner that you incite men, for example. So those conditions are very important, in order to ensure that you are within, the allowable space with respect to broadcasting. Of course, the other things is about, how much are you going to pay for these? To what extent are you going to access? Maybe say spectrum resources, if it is, maybe it's a system that uses frequencies and so on and so forth. So generally, really, the whole license encompasses the entire operating framework and reporting and compliance requirements of a particular entity in that field.
Let me ask a simple question. If, let's say, for instance, I wanted a radio license.
Correct.
Okay?
Yeah.
How difficult or how easy is it for me to get one? What am I required to do beyond presenting myself and saying I want a license?
I think the most challenging thing is the availability of the resource. As you said, it's a radio license, right? So radio, say FM radio, for example, is pretty much dependent on spectrum. If you ask for an FM, license, FM radio license in Nairobi now, it'd probably be almost impossible to get because there are no frequencies. So that is the first, limitation. It is the resource that you need, which is limited in nature, as I said initially. Other than that, if you take, for example, if you wanted to provide, radio services, FM radio in, let me take an example with caution, say Marsabit. And I'm not saying there are no constraints there. I'm only saying...
As an example.
As an example, chances are that we have not fully exhausted the frequencies for Marsabit. Then the process becomes fairly straightforward. All you need to do is just apply for the license, ensure that your documentations are in place, you have produced all your, all the required registration, tax compliance issues and everything else. And if there are no competing or there is nobody else who has expressed interest, you will just get the license straightforward. Yes, so it's as simple as that, but also as complicated as that, in the sense that in some areas, in most areas actually at the moment, to get an FM license is not, it's not that we are denying a license, just that there is no space to operate.
There are no frequencies available.
Yeah. But technologies have come into place where, as you are aware, for example, when it comes to digital TV, we have expanded the space because of the digital migration. So now there are much more opportunities to get a license. It's almost like a walk-in, walk-out space. So with respect to FM as well, we are moving into that space fairly soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Back to the fund. Can you give us an example of what the fund has financed and the impact that has had on a community?
Thank you for that question. The fund, we started really, although the fund was established in 2009, we had a lot of teaching problems initially, but by 2015, 2016, thereabout, is when we really started embarking on implementing the fund. And the starting point in a journey of closing access gaps is to firstly find out where we are. To what extent are we covered or not covered. So we did what we call an assessment of the country in 2016, and out of that assessment, there are about 6,612 sub-locations in this country, because that is the smallest unit that in terms of administrative units in this country. So we count our successes based on, sub-locations.
Okay.
So that assessment told us that about 450 sub-locations had completely no coverage.
Of what?
In terms of, communication services, mobile communication services specifically. And the other thing that we also realized, of course, which was monumental but still an opportunity, was connectivity to schools. And the reason I'm saying all this is then just to explain that the first project that we did, or the first two projects that we deployed using the fund, was establishment of mobile communication services in an unserved and underserved countries. That was phase one. The target at that particular time was to quickly cover 78 sublocations that were completely no communication. As in, if you get bitten by a snake or you are in really big trouble, it will probably take you days to get rescued. So our priority was those 78, and we started those in 2016, 2017. And I'm glad to say out of the 78 sublocations, we have covered 76 completely. The two are challenges.
But when we say completely,
yes,
we're talking about you have mobile
services
connected.
Yes.
All licensed operators?
By and large, all licensed operators, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
2G, 3G, 4G?
So we started with 2G, and what happens in communication services generally as technology moves, we started with 2G. All those applications have been migrated from 2G and leapfrogged actually from 2G to 4G because 4G came at the right time for this country. There were a few 3G areas, but we leapfrogged to 4G.
Okay.
So the other important thing to say in terms of our objective was in two parts. One, to ensure those sub-locations, 80% of the population in those sub-locations are covered, and a minimum of 60% of geographical coverage, because these areas were really very remote areas. There are areas where maybe a whole sub-location has, in some cases, only 2 people. And it is probably the size of a county in some areas. And it's a sub-location. There are sub-locations that are bigger than Kiambu County.
And it's a sub-location.
And it is a sub-location. There are some even worse. I think some you can travel from morning to evening before reaching the other end. And probably in the course of that, the only thing that you've seen alive is a wild animal.
Where? In this country?
Yes.
Let's take a break. We'll come back shortly. 25 minutes to 9. Christopher Kemei is the director of the Universal Service Fund of the Communication Authority of Kenya. We are unpacking this fund, getting to understand it, and then also seeking accountability for it. How much has been put into this fund? How much has been spent? In what? And do we see value for it? The people of Taptengele, we are talking about this now. Finya computer.
Got it.
Weka nini? Kwa mfuko.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Patrick Lodge, Otieno Lumumba. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
CT Muga.
CT Lodge.
Muga, not Muga.
He's here, and here's the day's proverb.
One man marries a woman. Another man marries troubles.
Is he the same man?
Spice.
A lion cannot eat more than 2 donkeys. It will die a natural death because there is no ICU in the forest. In Kenya, it has become the situation that you cannot conduct 2 elections. In fact,
with the same
Bukati,
IBC.
You can't.
I told you about this Indian friend of mine who was enjoying other Indians in the group. He wrote the word valve and told them, read it.
So how did he say it? I really want to know.
The valve. Of course, kina Ednah, it's the, like you said, the B's and the P's. Kila kitu mkisia kisema atasema opposite.
Opposite?
Ukisema hii anasema opposite. Opposite. Ukisikiliza namna hii unasikia opposite.
The Situation Room, Spice. The only way to start your day.
Sunny conditions at 18 in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 17. At 13, it's sunny in Nakuru, highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 27 in sunny Nyeri at 13. It's 15 and sunny in Eldoret, highs of 26 and lows of 14, and into a sunny Mombasa at 27, we'll see highs of 33. Malindi will go to highs of 33. It's currently sunny at 29. At 21, it's sunny in Kisumu with highs of 30, while Kakamega will see highs of 31, currently sunny at 18. It's mostly cloudy at 20 in Kampala with highs of 27, and Dar es Salaam will go to highs of 32 and lows of 26. Lagos is partly cloudy at 27 with highs of 34. We're looking into a sunny Johannesburg at 19, going to highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 32 in a mostly sunny Mogadishu at 26. Addis Ababa is cloudy at 15 with highs of 22 and lows of 14, while Kinshasa is partly sunny at 25. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 25. Coming in from that Allsops junction all the way out towards the CBD. At this point, it's going to drag slowly into town. Juja Road, I was looking at it adjacent to that. Also pretty busy as you're getting into the city. Outer Ring is not doing too badly, but traffic is heavy coming off of Kangunda Road. It was heavier on Manyanja Road, but that seems to have reduced significantly. It's busy now as we're trying to get into the city via Enterprise Road. That's going to take some time as well. On Aerodrome, as you're coming in from Langata Road, that's very, very heavy. Snaking along into the city might take some time to get in through that. Westland's also busy. Doesn't matter where you look at this point. Ring Road, Westlands, coming off Waiyaki Way, etc., etc. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. All right, 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Kemei, who's the director of the Universal Service Fund of the Communication Authority. And Christopher has explained to us, you know what, at the Communication Authority, you look at communication in its entirety, in its spectrum, and you want every part of this country to be covered, that there is going to be internet connectivity in every corner, every village in the country. every village can have access to radio services, to TV, to postal services, to courier services, and even every police station shall have access to Over. They can do Over. They can communicate.
Can get it now.
And this is where the Universal Service Fund also now plays a part in making sure that this is covered, right? Let's talk about internet connectivity. This is big. The government is saying, all right, so we are spreading the fiber optic cable countrywide. We are doing this and the other. If we look at that alone, has the Universal Service Fund financed the rollout of fiber optic in the country? Since when? For how long? How much?
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Latiff. Let me start by saying the majority of Kenyans access the internet through the mobile wireless systems, as you know that very well.
Yeah.
The advent of broadband wireless has given us a very big opportunity to be able to get to the internet in a very and that is why our emphasis all along has been to promote wireless access. But we have gotten to a space where we want to ensure that institutions, which is talk of hospitals, schools, and other big institutions, we cannot rely on broadband wireless. We need wireline internet connectivity. So last year we entered into partnership with the ICT authority with a view to supporting government to roll out the targeted 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable throughout the country. Our contribution basically based on what we could, we did offer to spend 5 billion shillings to roll out fiber optic connectivity that is estimated to be 2,500 kilometers. Of course, considering that funding came from the fund, the Universal Service Fund, we did emphasize that our contribution should concentrate on the most unserved and underserved counties. So we selected 19 of them for purposes of benefiting from that program. So the 2,500 kilometers of fiber cable is really going to be rolled out in those far-flunked areas of the country. We selected the most needy counties, and the reason is that we know the other counties that are like Nairobi, where it's heavily populated. The private sector can easily come in and roll out this infrastructure because it makes commercial sense. But in our case, in realization of that, we have committed 5 billion to deploy these 2,500 kilometers.
And it's actually going to happen.
And it's already happening.
Okay.
Yes.
So what does this mean essentially? Is that the communities and people in these areas then will have access essentially to the internet?
Absolutely.
Is that what we're saying?
Yes.
Now, looking at the readiness and the added infrastructure that is ready, because you know how they say you can lay a pipe, but what is it connected to? Yeah. Is that taken into consideration as well to say that, look, yeah, we're making sure that this fiber optic is available here, but do we run the risk of laying it there and it doesn't have the requisite infrastructure to plug it into for then to really serve the people? Does that come into play?
Yeah, that's a very important question. And we've thought through that. And let's first of all just appreciate the fact that this fiber optic cable will be used by many different organizations and institutions. In fact, the biggest user initially would be the mobile operators in order to carry their traffic from the very remote areas. Number one. And that traffic, of course, includes the internet traffic that comes from you and me, who live in those areas. Number two, we also, in partnership with the ICT authority, are in the process of putting in place the infrastructure you just talked about, the terminal equipment, the local area networks, say, for example, within hospitals in those areas, the schools in those areas, government institutions. So there's a separate program that has been running that ensures the terminal equipment will be in place as and when this cable arrives. So that then they just meet at that point, as you said, and then the service is then being provided end to end. Yes, so we have other programs, as I said, that then speak to just what you just said.
Okay, so not looking at looking at the fund generally and saying the different projects that you enter into, what would you say is a success rate if you're going to go from 1 to 10? In this case, 10 being the highest. It's interesting when you ask people to rate themselves, but okay. In terms of success, the money, because this is money that is available from the different places that it comes from, one would assume it's quite a happy chunk of money. And then what it is actually meant to do, what would you rate success? And how can we actually see and say, absolutely, yes, this is a project started by the fund, money that comes from licensees and can be used for certain things. How would you say that it's been able to incorporate into society and is actually working, and that the fund is behind certain initiatives that are working today?
Good question. I think in terms of the success rate, I can start by saying already about 750,000 Kenyans, as we speak, have benefited in terms of the initiatives that we've been running. Our target is 1.7 million. And we have specific programs that I started talking about that. Phase 1, we are in phase 2 and phase 3, and as we speak, we are formulating phase 4 with a view to starting it from July this year. So I want to, measure success in terms of what the
number of people impacted.
In terms of the number of people that have been impacted. The 1.7 million people that I'm talking about are the people that represent 3.6% of the population, which, as we speak, is completely not addressed, as in completely. With respect to the project success, of course, we are dealing with very difficult circumstances areas. I can give you, for example, that since 2016, there is an area that we have tried to address, and up to today we've not been able to succeed.
Why?
Many reasons. One area was just too insecure, as in you just can't go there. And we've been advised as such never to step there at this point in time. And the situation has been the same, to the extent that we had to, declare force majeure.
Since 2015?
Since 2015. There is another area in a certain sublocation called Lopet in West Pokot that has also been problematic because the community are unable to agree, one, where we should put the infrastructure.
What's the contention here?
The contention is oftentimes when you go to these areas, it is the chiefs that determine where you need to be.
Yeah.
And sometimes politics sets in, and there are some people against the chief, others are pro the chief, because they anticipate that if you put an installation in a particular place, there will be some benefit. There will be lease issues. In some cases, they argue amongst themselves who should collect the lease, how will it be shared. Those mundane things actually manifest itself in a way that you can't move.
And the administrative officers have not been able to resolve this?
We have done engagements after engagements. Oftentimes, when we do the engagement, we are given assurance that it has been resolved. When you go back and try to remobilize, you then find that apparently the issue has not been resolved. So, but we are working very closely with the government to see that these areas are resolved. Now, back to your question, success rate. What would let me just take one example. What would 76 over 78, what in terms of percentage, that would be what? That's a good percent. The other project that we ran was connecting 886 schools with broadband internet. And that was a trial, and it was based on schools that were E-ready at that particular time.
E-ready meaning they had what they needed, they just needed the connection.
Absolutely,
Okay.
that's the meaning.
Okay.
They had computer labs, for example. They had a teacher that, and they had examinable courses on IT. And with the help of the Minister of Education, they gave us a list. And when we subjected this list through the criteria, the e-readiness criteria, we picked 886, and we connected all of them. That's another 100% success. However, we have challenges of sustainability. The fund is not created to sustain. The fund is created to deploy. Deploy and move on. Other people will take over the issues of sustainability.
Who?
The beneficiaries. For example, the broadband for schools, the anticipation as we were deploying was that it will be taken over either by the Minister of Education or by the schools themselves. Unfortunately, that is still a pending issue that is still being addressed. So, in other words, what I'm trying to say, sometimes sustainability tends to worry us sometimes.
Do you think that if your mandate was widened to the sustainability aspect, that the fund would then be willing to go into that? I remember that as comms people, we are taught that communication is only complete when you get feedback.
Yes.
Right? So, would you think that, because you can provide it, but are you sure that this thing that you are providing is actually making a difference or having the impact that it was initially designed to? Because it almost sounds as if, we're going to lay the thing and leave it there, whether it's used or not. Well, our mandate doesn't quite get there. Do you think that it would be more impactful if your mandate was widened to ensure sustainability?
I really don't even think it is an issue of the mandate that is a problem. The issue is the capacity of the fund, the size of the fund compared to the needs is far too small to take over sustainability for every project that we undertake. If we were to do sustainability...
This fund is collecting about 2 billion shillings every year, isn't it?
Yes.
And you're saying that is not sufficient?
And the amount of money required to just close the gaps, leave alone sustainability, is huge. It's huge. For example, for the example I have given for schools, just less than 1,000 schools, in a year, it needed over 1 billion shillings to sustain.
How much was it to install in these 856 schools?
850 costed us about... Let me just be sure that I am correct with that figure. In total, it costed us about slightly over 800 million.
Okay. 800 million to install this, right? And by your own admission, you're not really sure today if all those 856 schools are actually using this thing that you installed. So would it make sense to even say, can we reduce the number that we're installing for, but ensure that there is impact and use of this thing that we have laid. Because the next thing would be, you'd speculate and say, well, then that was a waste of 800 million shillings. If you're not sure that, they're actually using it. So what if you'd said, around the 47 counties in the country, we're going to pick 10 schools. Install, make sure that they can use it, and ensure sustainability.
Yeah.
Does that make some kind of sense?
It makes a lot of sense. And in fact, that is the thinking right now. I think the question for the schools was really a teething problem because there was a clear understanding in the beginning that we were going to do it in partnership.
There's an end user.
Yeah, there's an end user.
But I think I still argue for that because your job is to provide the connectivity. And then there's an end user who takes it up. If the Ministry of Education is involved in this, these are schools, they are the ones who are then to provide the learning materials through the infrastructure. They should be the ones who take it up. It cannot be that now you are running an entire network here of school programs and the school just turns up. I mean, the Ministry of Education just turns up. I can see the argument on both sides. On one hand, because you're piloting, you've got to be accountable. You cannot be telling us that you spent 800 million shillings to roll out to this number of schools, and then we go to those schools and we find, there's a cable, there's a terminal, but the children who've been in that school in the last 3 years don't even know anything about internet.
As you're speaking, I'm thinking about the cabling, and then I'm relating it to roads, because it's a pathway. And I'm looking at an argument that has been made for the longest time that over the time in the history of this country, you will find that there are places where roads are built, and what people use those roads for is for drying maize. Okay? And yet, when you look at what those roads do in terms of simply opening up that space, because the roads don't end there, they connect the place to other destinations. And then it may not happen immediately, but it makes it possible for people in that area to actually have access and to interact with things that ordinarily they would never have been able to access or relate to. In the same way, I'm thinking of when a new road is built and the impact it has on the businesses in certain areas. You see, most people think that this Limuru road is an old road. It's actually the new road. The old road used to go through the escarpment and then through Naivasha. Now, when that new road was built, business in Naivasha more or less died completely. It was revived when the flower farms came up. So, in many ways, I think, even when you lay that network, at the time of laying it, it may seem obsolete and useless. But it is the beginning of something that, yes, indeed, those people have never experienced and never expected to experience. But if the next step can be, how then do you get them to utilize something that has already been put in place? Because ordinarily, that is something they would never have expected to receive, and they wouldn't know even how to start imagining that they would get it.
Good arguments. It is like saying that you're taking power, like it used to happen.
Yes.
You take power to the DO's home. All right? And you wonder, so why is the community not benefiting from this power? It's because you took power to the DO's home. If you take power to school and the entire understanding is school to use it, then if the school doesn't use it, you're stuck. If you took power to the community around
and the school received it first.
Yes. Then now everything else plays out. So what can you do about that? Make sure that, so 850 schools means 850 communities.
So we are in discussion, of course, to see how this project can be sustained going forward, let alone being upscaled. Those issues about using schools as the anchor institutions for purposes of extending communication to the entire community around the school is what is now on the table. So, leveraging on, those extensions, as you said, is the best way to do it. And in fact, that is exactly what we are doing with respect to the digital superhighway rollout of 2,500 kilometers. Because we are targeting institutions And as you may have realized, government is also in the process of leveraging on that in setting up wireless Wi-Fi for community purposes, for markets and so on. Yeah.
And Taptengelays to youth.
Yes.
To Finya computer from the local computer hubs. Thank you very much, boss, for joining us. This is Christopher Kemei. He's the director of the Universal Service Fund of the Communication Authority of Kenya. He's been our guest talking about this fund, and now we understand it a bit better. Keep it here for more. 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Youth in Busia and Bungoma counties have been encouraged to stay away from crime. Marcelino Uma and Kevin Kidinga, who are youth leaders, have said that many young people in the country are tempted to join terrorist groups after losing guidance in life.
Mtu yoyote anaweza radicaliziwa kwa sababu ya itikadi kali za jamii. You might never know who is a terrorist and who is not a terrorist because security wise also most people, since they are people from Uganda, from Congo, cross-border businesses is happening here. So it's very vulnerable to terrorism attacks. That's why we are doing it right here in Busia border. And that's why we are using arts as a form to reach the youth, because youth know arts more than any other language.
The chairperson of the anti-crime organization in Busia County, Titus Obuire, says there is need for young people, especially from the border areas, including Busia and Malaba, to be given appropriate training to refrain from criminal activities.
Hapa Busia utapata sababu ya border, especially kutokea kwa upande wa neighboring country, watu wanaingia, wanafanya radicalization kuanzia kwa watoto, kuingia kwa youth mpaka kwa kina mama, na wana target yao sababu wanajua wako vulnerable. Inatokana na mambo ya poverty, mambo ya poor parenting, mambo ya siasa, na hao watu wakija wanatumia hiyo weakness na wana influence hata watoto wale ambao wako kwa university.
The Kakamega County government, in collaboration with the World Bank and the French Development Agency, has launched a housing improvement program in the slums in Kakamega and Mumias for a sum of 269 million shillings. Kakamega Governor Fernandez Baraza has said this is meant to improve the lives of residents living in the slums.
Nashukuru sana wana World Bank na African the French Development Agency ambao tunashirikiana nao kwa karibu sana kwa huu mradi ambayo inatuwezesha kuleta barabara hapa Amalemba, kutengeneza sewer line, kuleta taa na pia kushughulikia stakabadhi za ardhi hapa Amalemba na kule Kamisomali. Nashukuru sana contractor wetu, na nimesema hii kazi ambayo tunazindua leo lazima usaidie vijana wetu wa hapa Amalemba. Na contractor ninahakikishia hizi kazi ambazo zinafanywa hapa atahusisha vijana wetu.
A similar statement has been made by the representative of the Kenya Informal Settlement Investments Project West Zone, Joash Mwende, saying that the project is being implemented in 28 counties in the country.
Nataka niwapatie kongole kwa sababu mko katika ile nafasi ya mbele, mmepata watoto wengi zaidi kushinda wards zingine, lakini msitosheke. Tunawauliza wazazi Waganda, gavana ameweza kujitokeza kuweza kubadilisha mambo ya elimu katika kaunti yetu ya Kilifi, na pesa ambayo inatumika ni pesa ya kodi ya mwananchi. Lakini wewe kama ni mzazi na hutaweza kuhimiza kijana wako aweze kusoma vizuri, apate national school, unafikira kwa ni pa unamuunga na kodi ni kodi na pako na nahumika na hao wengine.
The hope for freedom of a teenage boy who committed incest with a 12-year-old niece was dashed after God rejected his appeal against a jail term of 20 years. The convict had sought to be freed for the remainder of his jail term and a supervisory arrangement that would entail community service till the full-time elapses, but he was not lucky. In a judgment delivered on February 2nd, the High Court said that the non-custodial sentence sought by the young man can only be considered where a person is convicted for an offence punishable with improvement for a term not exceeding 3 years, or where the sentence not served does not exceed 3 years imprisonment. A magistrate court has acquitted businessman Japanni and 4 others who had been charged with conspiring to defraud Kenya Commercial Bank 1.9 billion shillings through Triton Petroleum Company. Milimani Magistrate Zainab Abdul said the prosecution failed to prove the fraud claims leveled against Yagnesh, Mahindra Pathak, Julius Kilonzo, Colin Sotiene and Benedict Mutua and the Triton Petroleum Company. Japanni was the first accused person but did not participate in the proceedings. However, they proceeded in his absentia. And a communications network blackout in Sudan blamed on the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces has hoped aid delivery and left the war-weary population of almost 50 million people unable to make payments or contact the outside world. The RSF has been fighting Sudan's army for control of the country since April in a war that has killed thousands, displaced almost 8 million and sparked warnings of famine. The RSF began shutting down the networks on February 5th, completing the blackout 2 days later. The RSF did not respond to requests for comments, but the paramilitary had nothing to do with the outages, according to sources within. I'm Dennis Asedo. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, 2 minutes after 9 o'clock, traffic still doing the thing in the city. Many parts today. It's very busy on Ring Road Westlands. So let's look at that whole Westlands area coming off of Waiyaki Way. Busy traffic here and there. Now, coming in from the Thika Superhighway, touching on Gara and then going towards Murang'a Road. Look at that whole area of the Globe Cinema overpass heading out towards Moi Avenue or then going towards Koja. Kirinyaga Road, all of those areas very busy right now. Let's look on this other side of things as you come in then towards Uhuru Highway. Very busy as you get towards the city. In and outbound on Haile Selassie is an absolute mess. Valley Road is also very slow this morning and traffic is trickling into the city. Kiambu Road is not letting up, not just yet at least. Coming in from Karura Forest Gate C, that's where you are right now, isn't it? You can see Gate C and you're stuck in traffic. I'm sorry, but it's going to take a while before we get out of this one going towards Muthaiga Square. It's also busy coming in from Survey, heading out in towards the city. It's busy, and it's going to take us some time to get out of that. But we're keeping an eye on things. Let's see what happens as we get towards the end of traffic hour. We will talk on Spice FM. KE on X, hashtag #TheSituationRoom.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room,
9,
the only way to start your day.
Final hour of the Situation Room this morning. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, live on Spice FM. We're also live on KTN Home in the morning, 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. and live streaming on YouTube and Facebook. And we understand, yes, we are seeing people saying that you're having issues with our stream, the quality of our stream. Working on it. Yes, our technical team says tunajaribu sana kuelewa hii shida ni nini. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Love is in the air. What better way to express your feelings than with a special Valentine's season message to your loved one in the Standard newspaper? Not anywhere. Kwanga set, only 950 shillings. You can send a heartfelt message to your family and loved ones, creating lasting memories. Simply text the word Mapenzi to 22151. And if you're like City, you can sing the word Mapenzi Yani.
Tessa, that song was sung by Morogoro Jazz Band, a specific jazz band named Baraka Mwinshehe. It was in the previous century too.
Mapenzi ya kutesa usiku na mchana, ukimwaza yeye.
Yes.
What?
Unashangaa, wajiuliza.
It's like a great love song.
Oh yes, it is.
Sing it. Mapenzi yanitesa.
I am not going to sing that song. I have a terrible singing voice. Wazimu wanipata kwa kufikiriwe.
As in, I go crazy thinking about you.
Yes, that's what the guy was singing about.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Inashangaa.
You know something?
Uliza. Okoh wapi.
You know, Eric has decided to add lyrics to that song. And he has done very well.
He's spicing it up.
Yes, he is spicing it up. He has figured this is what he meant to say. Let me give it a
couple of
spin.
Yes. To make it flow.
Yes.
So set the word mapenzi to 22151. That's mapenzi to 22151. Get started. Get that special opportunity to have your love message in the Standard newspaper. It'll only cost you 950 shillings. Don't miss out on spreading love this Valentine's season. Okay? Now, yesterday we had invited a guest. He was unable to get here on time. He came here out of time and he profusely apologized, and we communicated this to you all on air. He said, I'm going to come back if you give me an opportunity. And we told him, Kesho, Satatu. He said, I'll be here. He was here at 8. Right on time. Patrick Kanalo is the acting county secretary. He is also the chief officer in charge of urban development and planning in the Nairobi City County Government. Patrick, good morning.
Good morning, Latiff.
Good to have you here today.
Thank you so much. I made sure I'm early today.
Yes. So first of all, start by apologizing to everybody who was waiting for you yesterday.
Yeah, I want to extremely apologize once more. An incident happened in the morning which made me to, delay a bit leaving for this station. By the time I arrived here, I think the show was almost ending, so really apologize.
You get another opportunity, and thank you very much for joining us today. The Pan-African bank called EcoBank is sending City across Africa. It's also the one that was the financial sponsor of this year's Africa Cup of Nations.
Yeah.
And Nigeria was in the final.
Yes.
Ivory Coast won, but Nigeria was in the final.
Yes. Right. So what we're going to focus on right now is that EcoBank is a Pan-African bank. It's present in 35 African countries and 4 countries outside of Africa, including South Africa. City would not let me forget that. Yes, I know what you want to say. But 14,000 people employed by the bank, essentially making sure that it doesn't matter where you go in the continent, that there will be financial representation for you in the form of banking. Looking at where there is presence in Kenya, Kisumu, Nairobi, Mombasa, different parts where they have express agents as well, making sure that your banking experience is well covered. They cover you here, they cover the continent, making sure that your banking experience is top notch. Guess what? They're making it a better you, a better Africa.
Kabisa. City? We are in the Republic of Angola.
We are in the Republic of Angola, whose capital is Luanda. Yes. The proverb for today is actually very simple and straightforward. The real journey of discovery begins in old age.
Wananalo, what's your interpretation of this one?
I think my interpretation is that age is just a number. Yeah, and it doesn't matter how old you are. You still have a journey to cover as long as you're alive. So I think it's a saying that is meant to inspire and encourage you to keep going. The best is always ahead of us.
That's a beautiful interpretation.
Don't run away from old age. Don't fear old age. That's when now your real journey begins.
Yes.
That's a good interpretation. That's a very good interpretation. This Department of yours, Urban Development and Planning, what is it in charge of?
Yeah, so thank you, Latiff. This department is very key. It is at the center of urban development and urban governance in the city of Nairobi. I think, as you are aware, the city is now home to 6 million people. During the day, 5 at night.
at night. Statistics indicate about 1 million, travel to the neighboring counties, Kajiado, Kiambu, Machakos. So this department is responsible for urban policy and research, basically guiding the process of the city's evolution and growth. It is also responsible for development control, in the built environment, and then also enforcement of compliance to relevant planning laws, policies, and regulations. So broadly, we have those two, what I would call departments.
Okay. How long has this department been in existence in Nairobi?
Well, this department, I would say it is as old as the establishment of the city during the colonial days. The first master plan for the city of Nairobi, which was dubbed towards establishment of a white city, which was prepared by white engineers from South Africa. I think that was in 1938. So I would date the history of the department back to colonial days. But that time it was just a unit within what they used to call the City Engineering and Architecture Department. So planning was just a small unit within that the Engineering and Architecture department. Then in 1996 is when now, after the creation of a law to guide physical planning in the country, now the department was hived off from architecture and engineering and upgraded to a full planning department.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically this department is in charge of plans for the city. And plan obviously is not implementing the present. Plan is looking to the future, anticipating population growth, anticipating need for built environment, need for commercial, need for residential, need for recreational, and factoring in all that.
Yes.
So it created plans that when we see Buruburu, it was in a plan.
Yes, exactly.
When we see Kilimani, Kileleshwa, it was in a plan.
Yeah. So
is
the
Kibera
history
in a plan? Is Pipeline in a plan? Is Korogosho in a plan?
So I think, Latiff, just briefly, this city has a history. And I know we are here to discuss very crucial issues around urban development and urbanization in our city. So that 1938 plan, together with other plans which were prepared by the colonialists, divided this city into predominantly 3 areas. We had the prime areas of the city, which are what I would call the highlands. The Kilimani, the Karen, the Muthaiga, the Runda had been set aside for the white population. And then we had the parklands, the westlands part of the city had been set aside for the Indian population in the city. Now the eastlands part of the city, which predominantly is low-lying, it is poor in terms of drainage. It has a cotton soil, which is really a big problem in terms of drainage. Was reserved for the natives, the Kenyan Africans. And so those estates you see there, the Makongeni, the Kaloleni, the Shauri Moyo, and beyond, were created by the colonial government to house, the African population, which was less than 200,000 people in the city. And mainly their work was to stay in what they would call condominiums, just tiny rooms where you have to walk from there to industrial area to work and back. Your family has to stay in the village. If you need to go and see them, you need a permission from your employer, then you travel up country. So the city has evolved from that original architecture and infrastructure. So unfortunately, after we got independence in 1963, the native population, which had been contained in what we call reserves, largely moved into the city of Nairobi. The independence government and the subsequent government could not match the housing needs and infrastructure growth for the city. So that's why we have some of those settlements you've mentioned, like Kibera, we have Korogosho, we have, all those informal settlements. Statistics currently indicate 60% of our city are people who live in informal settlements and slums. Only about 40% or even less live in planned settlements.
So we're saying that essentially there was an insistence on inhabiting Nairobi, and that allowance was given without a plan to expand maybe outside of the city, or at the very least to erect proper habitable areas. So you're saying from that time when things shifted, these things actually never happened.
Yeah, so it's true. Let me and as an urban planner, I'm also a student of history of planning. Indeed, the colonial masters never envisaged that one day, they will have to leave the country and you will have Nairobians inhabiting Nairobi. So the infrastructure that had been developed at that time was mainly to accommodate the colonial masters' population and a sizable number of local natives who were mainly laborers. So like many African cities, after independence, the white man has left. The African governments have to plan for a huge population. You have the challenges of poverty, diseases, literacy. Then you are grappling also with democracy. Which direction do you go? Every issue now has to be debated, the merits and demerits. So I think that's where we've really had that challenge. And I think that actually informed. It was one of the reasons as to why we had a new constitution of Kenya 2010 and devolved system of government, that now each region has to take care of certain needs. Now those are the things that have been devolved in Schedule 2 of the constitution.
Do I hear to be saying that the colonialists had an easier time, and that the post-colonial presidents and the governments that followed had a much more difficult time in managing the population and attending to the affairs of their people?
Yeah. The answer is yes and no. But let me pick on for example, the subject, because one of the most serious areas you see manifestation of urban poverty is housing. Let me pick on housing. So after independence, one of the duties and responsibilities of the independence government of Kenya, particularly let me say Nairobi, was to provide for housing. So most of the civil servants would benefit, and city. If I want to imagine, you may have been a young person in the city then. You used to see
which years are we speaking of?
1942.
80s,
42.
No, 70s and 80s, and thereabouts. So we had urban housing by governments, including the City Council of Nairobi. And so that would take a sizable population of the civil servants. And then now you have this other housing for private sector. So, but in Latiff, if you remember, then IMF came up with what you call structural adjustment programs. That government has no business at all, including city council, in providing housing. Leave it to the private sector. And that's how now we started really losing it, having more people living in squalor and squalid conditions, because you cannot afford a rent of 40,000, 30,000, 80,000. And I think subsequently, because of the damage, the ravage that had been caused a city by colonial period, you see, you travel around the continent, you see the urban challenges are more or less the same. I think partly is also because of poor urban governance, because remember, most of the African people are living in the village. Now independence has come. You're invited to come and live in the urban area. You're not well prepared on how to manage the urban infrastructure. For almost 300 years, this was being managed by the white guy. Yeah. So I think then then after that, after a few years, you're told you have to take care of your population. You have to democratize these things. You have a bursting youthful population. So I think those are some of the issues that we are grappling with.
But then, Patrick, have we had a new plan developed for Nairobi?
Yeah, so
since the colonial government left.
Yes, in 1975 we had what we call Nairobi's city metropolitan strategy. Basically, it made reference to the issues you raised. It looked at the city population at that period and postulated in terms of housing demand, what do we need to invest in? All these bypasses you are seeing being done now, the BRT that we are yet to do, but we are doing one on Thika Road I will talk about. The issue to look for another alternative solid waste disposal site that at early 2000 Dandora Dam site landfill will have filled. They need to address the growing population in terms of housing, social amenities, that you need to build more social halls. The 1973-75 metropolitan strategy had actually made those proposals and recommendations, which unfortunately were not fully implemented.
Was it ever reviewed since 1975?
Yeah, there were several reviews. And remember, that time, Latiff, we had the nationalized, or rather centralized system of government. So City Hall was under the Ministry of Local Government. We used to receive executive directives in terms of urban development decisions from the Ministry of Local Government. The review would be done by the Ministry of Local Government. Budgeting and appropriation would be done by the Ministry of Local Government. City Hall was mainly to implement what had been transferred from national government. So reviews were there. But I think one of the challenges I also wish to share in this place, there was a lot of in coordinated, urban management. So you'd have national government with about 20 ministries. You have water, you have education, you have roads, you have all those ministries. Each person is running with a thread within the city, and there's no coordination even in terms of planning and implementation. Then you have also City Hall with councillors who are also trying to do something with land, particularly in the eastern part of the city, where we have all these informalities. We have settlements.
But we had the Ministry of Local Authority.
Yes, we had the Ministry of Local Authority, but that was a top-down approach.
Right.
Which I think we have moved from now. We are now in devolution.
Okay.
Yes.
I need to understand so that we can get to where we are going. Just looking at, I think we've looked at the history, and that's very clear in terms of what was. But obviously, right now, the city is operating, or should be operating, within a plan, right?
Yes.
And there's a current one that should be followed. Please stop me if I'm wrong. But the body that is now mandated to implement that plan is the county government.
Yes.
Is it not?
Exactly.
Right. With individuals such as yourselves in
Yes.
different positions. Would there be a reason why there would be any kind of development outside of the plan for the city? What reason would that be? Why would anybody have a reason to develop outside of an approved plan that everybody knows this is what the city is following? Why would anybody go outside of that plan? And we know that's happening, obviously, and we can give examples.
Yeah,
of that,
so the plan we have right now is Nairobi Integrated Urban Development Master Plan.
Yes.
Which was prepared from around 2010 and completed in 2013, adopted by the County Assembly in 2013, and from 2014 we started implementing it. When you look at that plan, which is in two compendiums, it talks about a number of issues, but one of the key, it talks about that and it was developed through support from JICA, Japan. One of the key principles, I just want to mention about 5. It had what we call programs, like pilot programs, or like the frontier programs. One of them was the need to invest in mass rapid transit. It recognized that Nairobi is having a challenge in terms of traffic management. It spoke of also the issues of infrastructure in the area of water and sewerage and waste management. But on globally, in principle, it advocates for what we call a compact city. They argued that there's a lot of flight from Nairobi. The 2 million now people I told you who flight from Nairobi every evening and have to come back in the morning.
Yeah.
So they were saying the city seems to be sprawling. It's running away from the center. And from global practices, the economies of scale of managing a sprawling city, especially in developing countries like ours, is very expensive to provide infrastructure for an expansive population. So the plan talks about trying to concentrate as much as possible within this radius of the boundaries of the city of Nairobi, but with supportive infrastructure.
Okay, my question is, and I can ask it again, just for why would there be any developments in the city outside of the plan? Just based on what you've said now, a sprawling city is very expensive. When you decongest and you say now, whether it's going to be residential, whether it's going to be corporate, whatever is going to happen around the city, if you remove it from the center, in order to provide infrastructure, it is expensive. This is what you have said.
Yeah, so...
however...
there are illegalities.
Exactly.
So let me speak to that.
So why would anybody then, on top of that knowledge, then be granted the permission, in terms of a permit, to develop outside of that plan?
Yeah, let me speak to that. One, there has been, it's important to understand the way the city is the morphology of the city. Anything that is outside the law is illegal. And where do we experience illegalities? We have two types of illegalities. We have illegalities in formally planned areas like Kilimani, Kileleshwa, and Lavington. And then we have illegalities in the areas of the city where we have informalities. There is no proper land ownership. Let me give an example of Tasia, where the residents quite a number of people who are there, it was government land owned by NSSF, which was invaded. Now, for areas where we have is planned settlements, we have blatant developments which disregard what has been approved. You need to understand, it's not every illegal development you see that has been approved as being implemented. For example, you give an approval that requires that somebody has to surrender 3 meters for road widening. But they will go to the site and decide to encroach on the 3 meters and leave only the 3 meters. There are about 2 ways they do this. One, we have people who develop their properties at night and during weekends and holidays. And you have to engage in cut and rat mouth, race between yourselves and them. We have some, you get hold of them. As I stand here today, as I discuss here today, I have 3 officers, enforcement officers, who are hospitalized at Nairobi West Hospital because they were beaten at a construction site.
By who?
By developers. Some hire criminal gangs to protect development. So let me come back to the illegality. So you will arrest. What the law requires is that if you find somebody committing a crime, you arrest them and take them to court. So they will get a cash bail because that is what the law allows them. The next day, in 2 days, they're back to site. You arrest again. They're back to site. And you find in most cases, the developer is not the person you find at the site. It's this employee who is somebody from Kibera, Mathare, Korogosho, the laborers. In fact, recently, the Office of Director of Public Prosecution ordered us that moving forward, because we had been arresting laborers, taking them to courts. These guys even say nobody wants to pay cash bail for them. Now he has directed that we have to be looking for the real
owner. The person who applied to your office.
But the real owners, you find some of them are in offices like me and you. They have given illegal instructions to take place at the construction site. So that's one of the challenges that you are grappling with.
Are they above the law?
I'm sorry.
They're not above the law. But I can tell you here, we have almost 300 cases in court, which we are trying to prosecute.
But and I have to ask you, it baffles me to an extent, because here we are saying that there are developments that are happening. I mean, there are very, very, very many that go outside of even what has been pre-planned, what has been pre-allowed. I mean, where are we going to start? Those who have 18 floors in an area where there should be 3-4. Those whereby they're building on an already depressed infrastructure, whereby they shouldn't be petrol stations, for example, in residential areas. The list goes on and on and on and on. But what you're saying, essentially, is that these folks are developing on an illegality, but we cannot do anything about it because they seem to be able to bribe their way through here and there. So are we throwing our hands up as a county?
The assumption is that they bribe. One.
There's the assumption. So let me finish the question. Is there an assumption then that the county is throwing up its arms and say, well, there's really nothing we can do about this?
Never.
But by the time the building is up, people have gone.
We have full mandate.
People's homes have been demolished for much less. And here we are saying, well, they've been running away from the law.
So let's separate issues, please, so that we can have a focused discussion. and really an informed discussion. I talked about a compact city. So because of a compact city, the Ministry of Local Government then ordered, through the minister then, because I know the concern mainly has been Kilimani and Kilelesho. Let me give a very brief background on how we transited from ground plus 4 levels to what we have now. So after the new plan was, just before the new plan was passed, when the NAC government came into operation and just after that the Grand Coalition, we experienced an issue where there was a growth in terms of the middle class economy in our city who needed to be housed. The Minister of Local Government then gave a directive that we allow for high levels in sections of Kilimani district and Kileleshwa district.
Sections?
Yes. Remember, the Kilimani and Kileleshwa district is land that was predominantly owned by government. Kenya Pipeline, Kenya Posta. So the planning department then started allowing for developments beyond 4 floors.
Meaning they sought legal processes, and what had existed then as the ordinances that dealt with the zoning was changed.
Through the Ministry of Local Government. So some of the developments that informed the change in that area. We now had the Yaya Center coming up as a satellite shopping center. That actually Yaya Center in Kilimani is the first development that went beyond the 4 floors that were traditionally the zoning ordinance for that area up to 2006. After Yaya Center, Hurlingham followed. And then we had the Nakumatt Junction, we had the Adams Arcade. Now, remember the policy for Kilimani expired in 2006. By that time, we were still under the Ministry of Local Government. Between 2006, we only came up with a new plan in 2013. So we continued experiencing high-level developments in Kilimani.
Did we set a limit as to how many stories you could build to?
At that time,
previously it was 4.
Yes, previously it was 4.
Then, so what limit was set when the Ministry of Local Authority?
The Ministry of Local Government allowed from 4 to 8 and maximum 10.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's documented?
Yeah, it's documented.
Okay. And then that ordinance expired?
That ordinance expired in 2006. The directive was given at around 2013.
When there's such an expiry, what then happens? Is there a gap?
Yeah, during that time, Mr. Sidi, the Minister of Local Government, through the Permanent Secretary, had what you call executive powers.
Yes, they did.
Under the ministry, under the county government, under the Local Government Act.
Yes, they did.
And that's the directive they used to order City Hall to allow for higher densities in Kilimani and Kileleshwa.
Was there an expiry date to this order?
It was
open-ended.
It was open-ended. But 2008, that was validated. How we've gone beyond 10 floors is through the new plan, which are proposed that we have what you call compact cities.
Okay.
So we changed all these ordinances and the zoning. It was actually changed and it was enshrined in law.
Yes, now it is enshrined in the new plan.
So what does the new plan now say for these areas? How many floors can you go up?
Now,
so can have a compact city.
The new plan specifically has not mentioned the number of floors.
It doesn't have a limit.
It doesn't have a limit. Let me come to that. And it's because of that gap that you remember we embarked on a process to. The new plan is a framework law.
Yeah,
it's a broad framework law. So during the NMS period of 2020-2021, we embarked on a process of doing what we call regulations. If it is Ngong Road, if it's first row, you must define how many levels. And how do you decide that? He said, okay, the Ministry of Local Government had allowed this to take place, so we'll go by precedence. If the tallest building along the first row of Ngong Road is 13 floors, we'll keep it at that.
Okay.
Yes.
So
but that has to be supported with public participation. Remember, Justice Musaga Mbogoli in 2012 ruled that as concerns public participation, if the people they call contiguous property owners, the people who neighbor you, those who are likely to be seriously affected by what you are doing are in agreement, then you can proceed.
And if they're not?
But if they are not in agreement, you must address, remember,
their concerns.
Because I want us also to balance certain issues here. We have the interest of the local community, the residents. But you also have the interest of the person who owns the property, who has also been given rights in the Constitution, in the Land Act, to develop, to accrue economic value from the investment. So if you say, for example, there will be traffic congestion, or there will be noise pollution, the onus is upon the developer to address those issues to your satisfaction as the immediate neighbor. It does not say that if the neighbor, the Constitution balances the interests of the population and the interests of their neighbor. It doesn't say if you say no, then everything stops there.
But you've just said it has to be to the satisfaction of those in the area.
Exactly.
So what if their satisfaction is that we do not want this? That's their satisfaction.
That's why we have several bodies who are involved in public participation. It's not the county alone.
But who then is responsible for the supporting infrastructure that must be there when these developments take place? Because the infrastructure that is in existence was not meant to support.
Good question.
The sort of infrastructure then that is now being allowed.
Again, I've seen many people throw these statements like the infrastructure is not adequate, it's not supportive, and we are not able to really be specific. I say that when you say the infrastructure on Gong Road, which has been recently upgraded, is not adequate, what exactly are you referring to? Is it water?
Yes.
Is it the sewer? Power?
Yes.
Is it the sewer?
Yes.
Then let me answer the second question.
Amenities. 3 of them. Social amenities, water, sewage, green spaces. People have complained that because of the erection of more of these properties, that people then have to buy water on a regular basis because there's not enough to go through. The sewage system suffers. Pipes are bursting. These are realities today. So you say that those are things that are being thrown. They're not, Mr. Those are realities.
They are realities, but let me respond to that.
Okay.
So there are two philosophies about development. There's a philosophy that argues first provide the infrastructure, then development follows. There's another philosophy that argues do the development, and then infrastructure will follow. But as we discuss these things, you've not called here the Kenya Urban Roads Authority. You've not called here Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company, which is a subsidiary of Nairobi County. You've not called Kenya Power to see what plans they have in terms of expansion of infrastructure in Nairobi, or let me say on Wayakiwe, on Gong Road. We have this, the other thing also, I think is important to also have trust in authorities. I don't think as a planner who has grown in this city, it will be in my interest to destroy Kilimani, where probably a kid I have 10, 15 years will have to live there. Yes, we have a challenge of infrastructure, but for us to even levy the taxes that we need in order to develop the infrastructure, we need the development.
I'm sorry.
The expansion is... let me finish. Let me finish. If you invite me here next time,
just finish.
I'll come with the specific figures on the expansion of infrastructure we are having, for example, in Kilimani, and it has been given priority to all other areas, Kilimani and Kilelesho.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, can I give you an example? So you see those fancy parking lots where you're driving in and it tells you this is the total capacity, 1,300 vehicles. As you drive in, you're the 76th vehicle. And they also tell you that as a result of that, you have some 1,200 left. They've planned so that when it gets to 1,300, you cannot take another vehicle. So you already are aware ahead of time that this lot is going to take 1,300. It's the same principle whereby we are saying this area, what has already happened here, with if you're using those two philosophies that you've talked about, that the infrastructure that is available in this area will only cater to 1, 2, 3. That's what planners do. You know this.
I know that.
Right? Yeah. So the question is here, knowing the capacity that the current infrastructure has to bear the weight of any development, why would you then go ahead within a plan and allow more to happen on an already depressed infrastructure? I really want to understand, how does the plan come into place when these permits are awarded, when you already know the state of what is happening in that particular area? I really would like to understand.
So my sister, you heard I talked about a 2014 plan. It's just 10 years old. This plan had postulated the demand in terms of development vis-a-vis infrastructure expansion. The infrastructure expansion is something that happens gradual. And I want you to listen to me very carefully. That one, even as a county government, we also have a responsibility to provide housing
Yeah.
for the population that lives in the city. But at the same time, that housing must be within order. That's the point you are raising, that it must be supported by requisite infrastructure. We have our 2014 2014 plan, the new plan. It has placed certain responsibilities on the county government, the national government agencies in terms of Nairobi metropolitan area. And this is taking place, my sister. So we cannot suspend the development because we are sure, we know the plans that are in place. For example, I will tell you, Latiff, in 2 years, we'll be having adequate water, fresh tap water. You've talked about the challenge of boreholes. Right now, we've actually frozen. We no longer approve new boreholes in the city. So I think what we need to be talking about here is the pace at which development is taking place in our city is being matched. Is it being matched with the infrastructure expansion? And the answer is yes.
So, as I understand you, we have the new plan.
Yes.
The Nairobi Integrated Urban Development Master Plan.
Yes.
That came into operation in 2014.
Exactly.
But it's a broad plan.
Yes.
There are no regulations that go with this plan and what the plan says. And that's why NMS started the process of drafting the regulations to be in place so that then the City Hall can manage and enforce using those regulations.
Yes.
Were those regulations ever concluded?
Good question, and I'm very happy to respond to that. So, fortunately, I was among the young planners who worked in NMS. And one of the theories that were advanced by the government then, that planning was having a challenge in the city, so it needed to be ceded to national government in order to fix it. Those regulations have gone through all the necessary steps in law. They are awaiting approval by the county assembly. But over and above that, we have also issued consultancy. So, when you do the law in terms of development control, you do the mother law, the framework law, then you do the bill or the policy, then the regulations. Like the issues my sister is talking about, the specifics. If you are, for example, let me give an example of Langata Road. If you're on fast law, you can do a commercial. Those regulations are going to be undertaken by an external consultants, because we want it to be a very participatory process. We want it to be very liberal, so that we have input from, it is somebody independent
from
doing
a cross-section of stakeholders.
Yes.
So since 2014, when JICA helped us to get this master plan for Nairobi, we basically have not done anything to breathe life into this master plan. That's what I'm hearing you say. It's like we promulgated the constitution in 2010, and immediately after the promulgation was laws, and that's why the COC was there. The Commission for the Implementation of the Constitution was there to draft those laws so that then constitution gets life.
Yeah, we prepared 4 plans.
What we are saying is that in many of the instances that we have, master plan is there, but no regulations to support the master plan.
Not really. Listen to me again, Ken. So after the new plan document, there were a number of things that we were to do. One was to prepare something we call the urban renewal plan for the estates you've heard me mention, which as the county government also we have affordable housing program. 6 of our estates.
In the Eastlands
part of the city. We finished. It was approved. We did another second plan called the Railway City Plan, which is extending the central business district to that railway land, just beyond...
the UK government has decided supporting that.
They are picking up that. Yeah, we are doing. The next one we did is the Embakasi SGR and Imara Daima Commuter train station. It was completed. Now the third one, which I've told you is finished and is waiting approval, is the development control and land use regulations, policy for the city of Nairobi.
But as we speak this morning, that is not yet enough, in effect.
Not yet.
Is that the reason why, if I came today to City Hall and I am applying to put up a residential building somewhere in Parklands, you will give me the licensure to do it? So I don't have to tell you I want to do 20 floors. I can do
what I want,
30.
basically.
I can come and tell you I want to do 30. I can come and tell you I want to do 14.
Remember, Latiff, so at the local level, we have the development control policy, development control regulations. But at the national level, we have the Physical and Land Use Planning Act of 2019, which directs what each and every county government, the planning departments in the county government are supposed to do. But even where you have regulations, assuming that we have in Nairobi, you still have to do, that does not mean that you come, it's pick and go. There are certain requirements that you must fulfill. And these are subjected to public participation.
Okay. So the things that are coming up in Nairobi, you know, the tall buildings, South Sea, you can now see it's going all the way up. Kilimani, Kileleshwa, we are done with those. Lavington, we are invading. Westlands, Raptor Road, we are Parklands. Those ones, when they've gone to City Hall, they have sufficiently met the requirements that are
let's not talk as if we are living within an environment where there are no structures that check each other. Remember, we have what we call the Nairobi Physical Planning Liaison Committee that comprises of stakeholders from outside City Hall. Their mandate is to oversight each and every planning decision we make. Is it right or wrong? There are some which they have overturned, and we have accepted their decision. The Urban Planning Technical Committee that sits down to discuss those applications and approve or decline also has representation from 6 bodies outside City Hall. The Kenya Alliance of Resident Association, the Architectural Association of Kenya, the engineers are represented, the physical planner. So these are not decisions that we just make as people sitting somewhere in City Hall. This approach, we again inherited it from the Ministry of Local Government, trying to make our processes more open and accountable. But I know there appears to be a lot of concern, and I've seen it in terms of high levels. And I also want to pose this question. Is it an offense to go up?
Yes.
Yes.
Because we must also benchmark ourselves with global standards. I spoke of a compact city. So between allowing people to travel 30 kilometers from Nairobi to, say, in Isinya or Thika or
traveling 30 meters up.
Or making sure that you have a building that is up but is serviceable, is habitable. Which direction do we want to take the city?
Well, it depends on what you're comparing it to. You've just made a comparison to other jurisdictions where these things are happening, global standards, right? But do you know the thing about many of these cities? That people don't work and live in the same city. But because of the infrastructure that we've talked about, which again falls at the very doorstep of the county government, because of infrastructure that has been set up, it is then very possible for you to work in the city and live 40 kilometers out.
I've traveled to those cities.
This is what we're talking about, isn't it?
I've traveled to cities in
Asia. Do people use their vehicles to get into the city, for example?
I've traveled to cities in Europe. I was in Paris. And even as I was in Paris, where they have one of the most complex metro line, they were doing another one, 30 meters below. You know, infrastructure does not just happen. It's not a turnkey. It is a continuous process. Even if we do infrastructure to accommodate 6 million people now, we are told 2030 our population will be 12 million.
Yes,
so we still have to keep on working on it.
That's fantastic.
Gong Road was not the way it is now.
That is very true.
The Gong Road was not the way it is now 10 years ago.
Don't you agree?
This Mombasa Road, this BRT, it was not here 5 years ago, but it's here now.
Yes.
It is easing congestion.
So
Mr. Are you going to tell me that we should have suspended all the developments on Mombasa Road until the BRT passes?
No.
So what happens to those investors?
What I'm actually saying here, if you would just take a minute to listen to what I'm saying, is that there has to be a balance between these things. You cannot say that here we are and we would like to go 30 meters up instead of 30 kilometers out. That should not be the solution.
In planning practice, there's something
should not
called,
be the solution
practice,
to what we are talking about right now.
Incremental development.
Okay,
so in Kilimani, we have what you call
increment. Comes from the assumption that one thing has actually been done.
Yes.
And so this is the question that is continually being asked, and it would be great to just hear, number one, when we talk about public participation, to have some of these things done. When you actually hear from the people that what would they prefer, because it is supposed to inform the decisions that you make then at the county level. You know, and there's speculation, all kinds of things have been said, but if it doesn't come out with clarity, not just said but seen, do you understand now where the speculation comes from?
Yeah, I get your point, and I've always gotten it even before I came here. I also want you to understand, when you work in county government, let me say in government, you have a number of interests that you have to balance. And sometimes it is very intricate. You have interest to grow the city, to create employment, to provide for amenities that are required, but at the same time to also ensure there's order, there's dignity, there's hope, there's opportunity. That is what you're talking about. So as we sit here, it's very easy to pick one case, and because I cannot carry the entire office to also explain what we are working on, and 1 hour is not enough. But I just also beg for understanding that for a city like ours, let me ask you, my sister, this city, as I opened my discussion, I said we have 60% of the city's population who are living in squalid conditions, in carton houses, in boxes.
And whose responsibility is that?
It's county government responsibility. Then we also have a youthful population, people who have finished college. They are looking for housing. We also have a responsibility to care for them. But at the same time, we have challenges in terms of infrastructure expansion, which we have to work on. We have to raise revenue to expand that infrastructure. So you all have these balls.
I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
As a planner, you have a centralized system. When the governor was campaigning, one of the things he said that he was going to demarcate boroughs. He said he was going to,
Yeah, I was hoping we'll come to that discussion.
Well, we have arrived at it, haven't we?
Yeah, thank you very much. Nairobi currently is designated into 17 sub-counties and 85 wards around the entire space of the administration of the city of Nairobi. Now, what His Excellency the Governor has proposed, in order for us to perform these functions better, because we are widely, thinly spread, we reorganize how we offer services. Let me give an example of fire services. That if you cannot be able to cover 85 jurisdictions if you do not really have a proper way of coordinating yourself. So that's why we are coming up with 6 boroughs. And yes, the program is at advanced stage.
How advanced?
We've finished public participation. It has gotten an executive approval. And now the next thing is budgetary allocation to do those centers.
Well, how decentralized is it going to be? Are you going to have, for instance, a representation of your department in the borough? Are we going to have, say, the city, Askaris represented in the borough? Are we going to have revenue collection in the boroughs? How decentralized are we going to be?
So this borough system is going to be premised on smart cities technology. We must leverage on technology in order to render services. So let me start with the first one of revenue collection and finance. Recently, we if you may have seen it also in the media, we came up with a new approach of doing licensing. We collapsed about 6 licenses into one, and we opened a customer care center, the first. Actually, I hope that quite a number of city residents have come there and they're wondering, is this a private sector enterprise? So once the boroughs are fully implemented, we are going to devolve 100% of our services at the boroughs, but they will be linked to the central at the headquarters. We are going to also devolve like a chief officer of planning. I'm going to devolve.
The borough is going to be allowed to make decisions as to what it is they need to do and how they can do it and be able to actually perform those duties.
We are going to have borough managers who will be almost at the level of slightly just below a chief officer. They will be having all powers except financial budgetary process, which budgetary process is clearly defined in the PFM Act.
Actually, I know it is defined, but
Yes.
let me ask a simple question.
Yeah.
Why do you decentralize everything if you don't allow them to actually make decisions that actually suit their purposes?
Yeah, decisions will be made, my brother, but it also has to be accompanied with accountability. If you are, for example, in Borough 6, which is on the eastern part of the city, there are certain decisions you can make in terms of budgeting, appropriation at the local level, but it must be approved at the center, because we only have one CC of finance, we have one chief officer of finance. We cannot have 6 county executive committee members, 6 chief officers.
Why not?
I mean, this is cast in the County Government Act. The structure of county governments is defined in the County Government Act. And also, Remember, I told you we went through public participation.
If we change all these ordinances to the point where they are where they are, I mean, something as simple as what we're discussing. Why can't
well, once we roll it out, is a new program that we are starting, Cindy. If there will be that, it's not cast in stone. If there will be that financial autonomy, and we feel that's the best thing that can make that system work, I can assure you, His Excellency, the Governor will allow that to take place. Okay. But I wanted just to come back to the question on development control
20 seconds as we conclude.
And enforcement, my sister. I think one of the other things, you asked me the reasons why people engage in illegal activities. I said mainly is a flouting of the law. But I must also say here, we spend quite a lot in policing the city. We have really quite a sizable number of people who are involved in illegal developments, and it's very expensive actually to police 5 or 6 million people. If we can have some level of civility in terms of a citizen responsibility, I think that really would reduce these cases. So that's why we have come up again with another mechanism of resident associations, which we have integrated in our technical committee. So that if you are in Karen, for example, Mwitulen, within that area you are able to police and using the social media to report on the issues that are happening within your local neighborhood. As I conclude, I must say that Nairobi is on a journey. We started this journey in 1964. The journey was started in 1938 when Cindy was in town, then a young person. And I believe in a couple of years we will achieve the city of order, the city of dignity, the city of hope, and the city of opportunity. Like some of our best towns in the region, including in Nigeria.
Patrick Analo, Acting County Secretary, CEO, Urban Development and Planning. You'll come again.
Thank you.
We need to have a 2-hour conversation on this.
Asante.
Thank you very much for joining us.
I think I would love to carry quite a lot of materials.
Oh, yes.
Maybe a presentation summarized, especially on infrastructure.
And especially when you're answering questions from the public as well.
Yeah.
Time for the news. Here is Aseto.
Now, members of the National Assembly reconvened today for regular sessions. After a 2-month recess, MPs will in the afternoon first consider and approve the sittings calendar as well as membership of the House Business Committee, which is usually done at the commencement of every session. According to Standing Order 171, Part 1 of the National Assembly, the House Business Committee is chaired by the Speaker and includes the lead of the Majority Leader, the lead of the Minority Party, the whip of the Majority Party, and the whip of the Minority Party. Additionally, the committee comprises 9 other members nominated by parties. Duties of the House Business Committees include preparing and adjusting the parliamentary calendar with approval of the House, monitoring and overseeing the implementation of House business and programs. And the Kenya Revenue Authority has adjusted the VAT return filing process, which will now see tax returns pre-filled with tax information with effect